Oh, they don't mention Hoppa at all. I guess we can just skip the video then, right?
Yeah, it's over. Pack it up, boys.
Yeah. Hopefully the chat's showing up on here. At least for the viewers.
I think you put the wrong Twitter in the description
You
for
did?
you.
For me? Oh, I
Yeah.
did. Okay, let me. I completely forgot. What my Twitter's like. Because it's an old account.
Oh, okay.
Before I was an ANCAP, actually. That's why it hits you very much.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But everyone knows me as that, so it's like, do I
Right.
really change? Like after 2 years of being on Twitter, I changed my profile name, and someone said, "Oh yeah, people change their profile names like they do underwear." I was like, "It was 2 years, dude."
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Porter says, Colton, you're echoing a bit. And yeah, on the stream, it does sound like you are echoing a bit.
Okay. Don't know how much I can actually do to solve that.
See, after a 30-minute delay.
Yep. So I can do. Um,
Huh.
because of how this audio is set up, I'm doing both audio output capture and the mic, and my microphone.
Oh, I see.
Because I could hear it earlier, the echo, but
Huh.
because I could try to.
You could give that a shot. Huh.
I do this. So.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I'll have to figure that out the next time then.
Oof. Just gonna have echoey Colton the whole time.
Yeah, it does. I don't think there's any way I can solve that though.
Huh.
Because it's either I don't have you or I have an echo.
Oh, well... Huh. Maybe one of them has, like, both of our voices or something like that.
Well, the thing is,
And, like...
if I mute my microphone, it also mutes the microphone on the audio output capture.
Mhm.
Filters, no filters applied. What happens if I just decrease my microphone audio? Hello. Hello. That actually might work. Just having it low might help the echo. Anyways, I think it's about time we get started. Just having it low. Okay.
All right, yeah. Well, we'll just go with that.
Yep. Feel free to message me if you know how to not have an echo while also having both Discord audio and regular.
What will be a broad and concerted campaign.
Here comes your guardian policeman.
Please do not shoot me. Then listen to my instructions. I'm trying to do it. Don't talk! Listen!
How can you be certain that all of the people killed pose an imminent threat to the United States?
There's no doubt that civilians were killed that shouldn't have been.
In your life, you will interact with many different social institutions. There is one institution that is unlike any other, one where you are subservient to others. From the cradle to the grave, you will be regulated, taxed, controlled, indoctrinated, coerced, judged, and possibly killed at the whims of members of this organization. This institution is called the state.
Well, if we're talking about human history in the largest sense of the word, that is to say, Homo sapiens has been around for 200,000 years. The state was invented only, even at the most charitable estimate, 8,000 years ago. And then it only touched a small portion of mankind.
One thing that's going to be kind of interesting, because I did kind of watch half of this, is that he said that the state was created 8,000 years ago, but in about 5-10 minutes, I think the same guy actually is going to say that taxes and the state has only really existed for 300-400 years.
Oh, interesting.
I just thought that was really interesting. I was going to touch on it, but I did not remember him, in the same segment, them saying it was started 8,000 years ago.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, when he says taxes and
The state.
the state, yeah. I mean, maybe he means different things by that, but I mean, definitely in a sense there has been like coercive sorts of taxation by some entity, some like by kingdoms and stuff like that for
Longer.
pretty much as long as he said, 8,000 years ago.
Yeah, because I was gonna bring up that I was reading The Socialism of Conservatism the other day, and Hopper brings up that basically what you had under serfdom and the feudal system was socialism, and that people actually formed cities like on the borders of feudal lords in order to escape from that. And actually those cities are eventually had to make a whole bunch of deals and things like that, and that's how you got the super feudal lord, which was a king.
Yeah.
Anyways, I thought that was really interesting. I was going to bring that up then, but then he made this comment here.
Right.
Right, so, try hard. That is true that he was being charitable at the earliest possible starting point, but I don't see how you can say that the state is only 400 years old. Because, I mean, serfdom and feudalism is at least 1,500 years old.
Hmm.
As we know it, since the fall of the Western Roman Empire.
Right, right.
So it's just, and wouldn't you classify the Roman Empire as a state?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was a huge, extremely centralized entity that had. I mean, people always draw parallels between like the Roman Empire and the United States when they talk about like signs of like the end of an empire and whatnot.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. So Porto, he says the modern state, which I would actually agree that the French Revolution is where we get most of the modern states. However,
right.
almost as you were just saying, Isaac, the Roman Empire was basically a modern state back in those days.
Uh huh.
So
I would say I think it's fair to say that like it was an exception for its time. Um, but like and so it would be fair to say that the French Revolution was kind of the when the modern state came into fashion, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that too. It's just I just saw the 400 years aspect as being like, wait, what about all these other things?
Right, right.
What about the Ottoman Empire? What about the Indian empires and so on and so forth? I mean, if you're looking at it from a European perspective, yes, the rise of statism is truly seen in the French Revolution and its consequences. But other societies have had states as well, so it's just. Anyways,
Right, right.
we should
Back to it.
Yeah, back to it.
So the fact is that most of human history has been a history of statelessness. If you ask yourself how long people have been ruled by states on a sort of massive level, I ask myself, at what point in history do you imagine that more than half of mankind would have experienced regular tax collection, right? Once a year or something like that. There might be plunder from time to time, right? But irregular, episodic, and the existence of a state in most people's life did not come into being for more than half of mankind until around 1600. If we take the history of mankind as a day, the state comes into being at about 11:30 at night, right? And it becomes hegemonic at sort of 11:40, right? 11:45 or 11:50.
Okay, so that's where that comes
the thing
in.
that
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem with this. I think, like I was saying, I think he's going to actually talk about the exact 400 quote that I was kind of waiting on to talk about. But then he said that other thing. I was like, wait a minute, that seems contradictory to what I was waiting on.
qualifies
Right.
this, of course, is that there's a whole lot fewer Homo sapiens around in these early days. Even Western cities until maybe 1800, 1850 never reproduced themselves by their internal population. That is to say, they were so deadly because of typhoid and disease and epidemics and so on that they killed more people than that is, their population could not grow internally. That all of these cities grew by bringing in more people from the countryside because they had high rates of mortality. The reason the state.
Isaac, do you know if that's factually true? I didn't actually fact check that.
No, I don't. But that would make sense. Just with all the pretty poor health conditions and being in such close quarters with each other, like high population density.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I don't know.
It's a pretty shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't bother to fact check it. I just kind of saw that as like that's somewhat unbelievable. That it would like you. That cities would continue to exist if if their internal populations always just died without external support.
Yeah.
Form has proven so durable and virtually universal is that it takes a state to beat a state. And so if you think of the early states, that is, the early states were all founded in floodplains where you had concentrated agriculture and could concentrate a large population. And that's why they tended to be units that were more powerful militarily than a scattered and fragmented countryside around them. And in fact, they grew by plundering that population, by enclosing that population, of bringing it in, having them plant grain, and capturing people. So I try to show in Against the Grain that most of the wars of these early states were wars of capture in order to grab populations. This is true for the Athenians as well. Grab population, bring them in, have them produce for the center or work in the quarries.
Kingdoms expanded into empires. Dominant kingdoms expanded by conquest, suppressing people in new territories. A hierarchy of governors managed the increasing complexity of empires. A new system appeared in which power was given to the people in the form of votes. Democracy diluted the absolute power of authorities, but introduced demagogues and the tyranny of the majority. Civilization expanded. More decision-making power was delegated. Some political power became subordinated to laws, but delegating.
Do you have anything to say to Porter's new comment that was accelerated by the state via enclosure laws?
Yeah, it seems like that's kind of going along with what they said, with states forming in the floodplains and them, enclosing people in these areas, which led to like higher population densities, and thus, what led to the military strength, the ability to have people kind of enclosed and put together in a small region compared to being scattered along the countryside. So not really much to say to that, but yeah, that makes sense. This what they're talking about now. Yeah, I always love to hear democracy called the tyranny of the majority, because I mean it really is that. People are deluded by this idea that they have freedom because they have voice in the government, but really demagogues just exploit them and do that to like lord it over other people, either the other side or the demagogue can turn on their own people, and it's just another veiled form of authoritarianism.
Yeah, I do like that they point out that it rose to demagogues, and gave rise to demagogues, because that's actually one of the indicators that you live in a democracy, and it kind of goes to Hans Hoppe's point in the Myth of National Defense that fascist and communist leaders all basically say that it's mass politics that that is responsible for their power, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's continue.
Power, especially military power, risked a return to empire. Combining features of a democracy with a republic, nations set up basic rights subordinating more political power to the rule of law. Over time, however, special interests found a way to use politics to their advantage.
Within a state, I think it's fair to say that you have got the standard aspects of what we all associate with the state, which is tax collection, a system of centralized punishment and centralized monopoly over violence, so that executions that are legal executions can only be conducted by the state. What's important to sort of recognize is that until starting perhaps with the French Revolution, which was an emancipatory movement, and the idea that people in all of France were governed by the same law, no matter who they were, everywhere in France. That there were no serfs anymore. You were not under the personal lordship of an aristocrat or of the priestly control. The French Revolution marks that point in which the state comes to see as one of its goals the collective welfare of the people. Notice that the French Revolution did two things. It also made all Frenchmen equal in theory. It took a long time for that to come into practice, especially for women. But it also made everyone directly ruled by the state.
As populations increased, states grew more sophisticated, controlling not just law, taxation, and the military, but eventually education, social services, central banking, and much of the economy. Laws
And that's
inform
very
citizens
insidious.
what rules the state has decided.
That is, I think, whenever I just think about it, it just kind of blows my mind thinking about how much of life the state has taken over that people just take for granted and think that the state should do as far as like education and all those other things. It's shocking because it's like that means the state basically is there like from when you're born to when you die, always watching over you, responsible for you.
Yeah. And I remember being in public school where they talk about cradle to grave and just kind of accepting it. But it is kind of scary how much people that are not in your community, that are not in your family or your family friends, get to really dictate your life, and especially your early life with education, that you would just be sent off for most of your waking hours every day.
Yeah. It's and another aspect of that, like the hours of the day, like you said, you're in school for so long and people just don't even question it. Like I just always assume that's the way it has been, that's the way it's always been, that's the way it should be. And it's like, no, they put you in a state institution for virtually 40 hours a week, like a full-time job. It's insane. And they're putting this information, this revisionist history, all of this into your head to help you, or quote unquote help you to conform and fit in with society. It's about making a docile people who don't really know any other way, who know only, that the state has taught them. And yeah, it's just, the more I think about it, just the more frightening it is, because it's like they have so much sway in everything. Oh, great. Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I thought that was interesting was when the state was expanding, it one of the first things it expanded into was education.
Yeah.
One of the, it was under it was in the 1960s, when it was even before the Great Society programs, when the Department of Education was created. And
Yeah.
the Department of Education was tried to be created in the 1870s, but they shot that down as unconstitutional. No, not the 1870s. I think it was the 1850s.
Oh, wow.
Um, they tried to create it, and what they tried to do was say, oh, we just want statistics on how states are funding education, and what they're actually doing. And there was supposed to be 10 employees in the Bureau of Educational Statistics.
Oh wow! So it was supposed to be a small thing.
Yeah, and that was shot down by mostly it was a grassroots thing that people basically went to the states and said that can't happen, essentially. And I forget how that exactly, but I think it was the Supreme Court eventually ruled it as unconstitutional. So it only lasted for like a year or two.
Wow.
But
yeah, I think education, and they might talk about this, but I think education is really something the state has to get a good grip on to get to be like the size it has been today.
Yeah. They actually do talk about Horace Mann a little bit. That's kind of where I ended, because I was like, okay, because I was watching this for myself, and then it started talking about some things, and I was like, I should probably do a live reaction to these things. Okay. Let's continue.
Let's obey. What began as a codification of norms became a way for special interests to control others.
The Protestant Reformation made people, the idea is that everyone can interpret the Bible on their own. So they start thinking of moral decrees from God, and now legal decrees from the state as what's written down on paper and issued by a sovereign. This is the statist way of thinking, and it's not what law used to be until the modern revolution of the modern concept of the state, which is only about 200 or 300 years old, like the Westphalian concept of the state.
So
I thought that was very interesting. I never heard Stefan Kinsella talk about that.
Yeah, no, that I think is a pretty good point, because, I mean, this will get a little bit into like theology, but like Martin Luther's theology of the state was very statist, like pretty much almost like, if the state says it, the state is instituted by God, they can tell you what to do. I mean, he used like Romans 13 to talk about like crushing peasants' revolutions and stuff like that, basically asserting the dominance of the state. And that's one reason that I can't be the biggest Luther fanboy on earth. That was very, of course, very disappointing for me to learn about. But anyway, like that led to like centralization and like unification, which is, I mean, we've seen the consequences of that.
Yeah, and it actually kind of brings me to I was watching The Real Mediterranean White on YouTube, and he actually had a slight comparison, because he was talking about the role of state and church and what their interrelationship should be.
Yeah.
And he showed that the Protestants were actually just a reaction to what the Catholic Church believed the role of church and state is that the church should be above the state and should be its own sovereign and should be its own sovereign and should basically rule the states.
Oh yeah, integralism.
Yeah, but that's not a very old doctrine. It's more, I guess that would be probably a formalized version of it. But you can see this throughout history when the Pope would crown princes, kings.
Right.
And then you would have, I forget which, I believe it was Napoleon that crowned himself in, to kind of have at it at the Pope.
Oh, okay.
But it's, but then there's the Orthodox, which has the doctrine of synergism.
Mm-hmm.
Where basically the church and the state are kind of they they are separate, but they synergize with each other.
Okay, yeah.
So it's a very different method, and it was kind of interesting. The point that the Real Mediterranean Right is for the 7 ecumenical councils. It was it was a emperor that called them every single time.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Porto, this will be uploaded later. I am actually recording this in case it gets taken down, but I'll put it somewhere. So, Porto, hopefully you have a good rest of your night, and I'll talk to you later. But yeah, no, it's just an interesting thing that it was Protestants that really seemed to be the driving factor of creating the state as we know it.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Yep.
Well, Madison is probably the pivotal person in American history as the scrivener of the Constitution, as the chair of the House of Representatives committee that drafted the Bill of Rights. He believed, we know this from what he said in his retirement, that he gave us a government which was liberty of individuals granting power. It wasn't like in Europe where power, kings reluctantly granted liberty. So in Madison's view, the American system was the inversion of the European view.
Unlike all the strictures imposed on us by states, states themselves are chaotic. States aren't required to follow any rules. There's no rule of law. That's a mythology that we cling to. States can do what they want, and they are the judge of their own actions. They're the judge of their own criminality. They're the judge of their own civil penalties. I mean, this is a bizarre state of affairs where maybe 1% of the population, 3 million or so federal employees, get to dictate to the other 329 million of us how things are going to be. And they're the sole arbiter of their own actions. This, to me, is chaotic.
I think that's the biggest red pill you can have on libertarianism.
Oh, absolutely. You love to hear it because it's just like you hear this myth so often that like, yeah, well, you need the state because you need the rule of law and blah, 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 blah. But it's like, okay, but these institutions are not subject to any higher authority. I mean, some people will say, well, they're subject to God, but they aren't forced or held accountable by any entity like in the world to act properly or to have an actual just rule of law. They can quite literally do what Jeff Dice was just saying there. They can do whatever they want.
Yep. And they're their own judge, so like which is really odd because like now it's pretty in vogue to talk about this qualified immunity. That was a doctrine that was just picked up by the court system in the 1960s. There's no like law that says qualified immunity.
Oh wow.
And so I mean that's probably the best example of what he was just talking about is just the courts the state decided that cops have some immunity to wrong actions that they do that they think is right in the so it's just kind of crazy like my sergeant told me to shoot this man, so I'm just gonna shoot him, and that's qualified immunity for the guy that shoots,
Yeah, exactly.
Because they would argue, like in Daniel Shaver's case, that the guy was, acting in good faith that he thought that he could shoot when, his sergeant told him to shoot.
Uh-huh.
And it's just
right.
How is that going, how are you ever going to get a police officer to actually not follow an unlawful order if he has qualified immunity whenever he does follow an unlawful order, and he can get fired for, following an order that's lawful, that he kind of suspects that it isn't, you know?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, let's continue.
State education produces people who believe in and perpetuate the state's preferred way of thinking.
The origins of the American education system start in the 19th century with reformers, so-called moral reformers, people like Horace Mann and others, who went to Prussia and found a system of education there that they wanted to emulate in the United States, which they did, and they brought it back here. And they established the modern public schooling system and the idea of a modern industrial capitalist curriculum. And they explicitly stated at the time, these reformers who established the schools in the 1830s and 1840s and 1850s, they said at the time that what we need is to create citizens with these schools, which meant people who knew how to work under industrial capitalism in a factory, and soldiers, people who were willing to fight and die for the country. So they needed to instill in people a regimentation, the idea that people can and should be made into machines, functionaries.
Oh man, this is a huge point.
Where there were large factories.
Once again, back to the whole, insidious state education thing, but fight or being taught to be willing to die for the state is really what that is. Oh man, that's pretty heavy, but it exploits that part of humanity that cares about his countrymen and turns it into a perverse willingness to die for an evil institution that doesn't care about you, that is often operating on just the interests of some elites, that is making rich people richer with contracts with weapons producers and stuff like that. It's just
Yep. And as the Orthodox saints would say, there's very institutions that are controlled by Zionists.
Yeah. Yep.
So
die for Israel, Goyim.
Oh, the stream's gonna get taken down now, so let's continue. Oh, and one thing I did want to talk about is with Postman and all of that. The indoctrination aspect of this is more openly talked about the further back you go when you start talking about education, and it's just everything that they say is a conspiracy theory or something like that is oh no, that's just what they were saying back then when they were proposing these institutions.
Yeah.
So,
oh man.
For a new civilization, a new modern civilization, where there were large factories and large armies. So the school system was designed purposely that way, and that's why we have the bell system, where the students move from class to class through the day, just like on an assembly line, and they are filled with one piece of information here and then filled with another piece of information there. So they become both products of the assembly line and they become the managers of the assembly line, ideally. It's compulsory and universal, the education system. So you are obligated by law to send your child to a school that is approved of by the state. Now, it can be your own school, but it has to be approved by the state. Most of us don't have that luxury for various reasons, and especially poor people and working class people, so they have to send their kids, most of them, to government-run schools, where they are obligated to stay by law from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., no matter what. And if they leave, they are truants. They become criminals, and their parents are liable to arrest and prosecution and imprisonment.
Well, I don't know if they get into this, but when Horseman went to Germany, there was two types of schools. There was something called True School, and there was something called the People's School.
Interesting.
And the People's School was to do all this other things, but the True School was where the elites would send their kids, and it was actually education. It wasn't just to create functionaries.
Right.
And so if anyone ever asks you, like, okay, you want to get rid of state education, what would you replace it with? You can just say, I want to replace the what is it, the Volkstrom? Or something, no, not Volkstrom, that's the People's Army. The People's School with the True School. And tell them that Horace Mann went to Germany and he brought over the People's School that was made to create government functionaries.
Yes.
And he didn't bring over the True School from Germany, which is where the elites went. You'd want... Anyways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, English grammar schools, I believe, didn't have the same, like, kind of indoctrination that Prussia had. That's why he went to Prussia and not England, even though Prussia spoke a different language than English.
Right. Jackson says, legalize truancy, me on the Calc 2 whiteboard. Most based thing Lolbert me ever said.
Oh, man. I wish I went to high school with you. Maybe you would have kept me from being a Marxist in high school.
Hey, might have. But I mean, just to put it out there, Jackson in his earlier days of high school was basically a socialist. So,
yeah, but I mean, I would have befriended you as a fellow Marxist, and then as you went ever more right, then that could happen. Although I will say, when you guys were in high school, I was graduating college.
oh yeah, that's a good point. But nonetheless, you probably would have fit in pretty well with our little. Well, it was pretty much just the two of us.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that I started out high school as the jock, and then because of injuries, I couldn't continue playing, and so I kind of I kind of fell apart with my friend group.
Oh man.
Well,
that's
if your friend group is all based around playing sports, and then all of a sudden you can't play sports, like what are you gonna do?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But back to it.
Jackson. Wait, did you go to Lombard, to BoomerCon, to Hoppean?
No, he was he's talking about from when I mentioned that he was basically a socialist. He's saying he went from socialist to BoomerCon in like 3 months.
Okay.
But he was let's see, socially conservative though. He wasn't like a socially liberal socialist. But then he went to BoomerCon to just kind of slowly became more libertarian. I became an ANCAP before he did. Then after about a year of me being an ANCAP, he finally became an ANCAP, and then I became a Hoppean, and then he became a Hoppean. Kind of, there was a little back and forth between us. We've always influenced each other's political views, and I don't think either of us would be where we are today without each other.
Oh, that's a nice story.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really didn't have anyone like that to help me along. So, I've been going more and more right-wing as I've kind of developed. And right now I'm just like, okay, we need to physically remove the degenerates from the Covenant community. But I'm wondering if... but I'm wondering if, like, in 2 years, if I continue moving right, I'm just going to be like, no, we need to physically remove the degenerates into the ocean from society.
Oh man, I've had moments like that before.
Yeah, no, and I the only reason why I even think of that is that I was watching that ANCAP song by J-Reg. I believe you sent me that.
Oh yeah.
Anti-centrism stuff, and I was like, anyways, it's pretty funny.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, indoctrinated by sec. That'll do it. I mean, based on the common definition of racism being basically human taxonomist, you will be a human taxonomist once you start noticing empirical reality.
Yeah.
And
sorry, go ahead.
As the Hoppean says in the song, we have no poors, and by poors I mean blacks.
Oh, jeez. Oh man.
Actually, I think we can take a minute to talk about this, since it's already a discussion. The real Med Right was actually talking about political ideologies, and everyone kind of views their political ideology different. Like even in cases of similar things, and I've noticed that among Hoppians, I kind of have a different worldview than like Hoplu, and I don't know if I have a different worldview, different if what I imagine Incapistan to be like is different than yours, Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, there could potentially be differences between everybody's view, even for the base Hoppians who understand like the unacceptability of egalitarianism and stuff. I mean, I think it's just because we don't know. Well, a couple reasons. We just don't know what it would look like because we're not there. We're here in a statist society with a very centralized government, so it's kind of hard to picture. We can predict, but it's kind of hard to picture what it would look like. I think the other aspect is different parts of it would look different. Because you would have such a decentralized society, that would also mean culture would no longer be uniform or homogeneous. And so different parts of society could very much have a different structure to them.
So what I'm really looking at in terms of like what you just talked about is actually like one big city, but different sections of that city having different rules and basically being different covenant communities.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you look at the Umayyad conquest of Iberia, the only reason why I bring that up is because Jeffrey Tucker talked about that being a great example of open borders immigration. But when the Muslims moved into the city, because property rights are a thing under Islam, they didn't actually move in and integrate with the Spaniards unless it was by law. What actually happened was the Muslims built their own part of the city like as a blob next to the original city.
Oh wow.
And that's kind of what I kind of envision is just different cultural and ethnic, not necessarily ethnic groups, but like if you want to have a whites only or Germans only or Anglos only covenant community, like it wouldn't be its own little town or anything like that. It would be part of a bigger city.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I kind of figured that's kind of what you would think that what Incapistan would look like, is having cities like that where they aren't multicultural in the sense that they aren't integrated with each other. You don't have all these different cultural groups, living in houses next to each other, but that they live in kind of their own communities that are all part of the same city, but are separate in their own way.
Right, and I would think that there would be multicultural, like, commercial districts, like downtown.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So that's kind of what I view it as. So yeah, it's what would you view it as?
I think, I don't know, I've had kind of different theories in the past, and I'm not entirely settled on one now. I do think you would actually tend to have, you'd have to have individual towns, and they could look like, or cities that could either look kind of like what you said. I've predicted that there could be cities that are very exclusive, like either along racial or cultural lines.
Yeah. There were some towns in Oregon that basically had that as part of their thing. Was there was no blacks allowed in the city after dark, and I could definitely see something along those lines in a smaller town that's not like a big big city.
Big city.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that could arise, and people can ask questions as to, well, is that right or the Christian thing to do? But that's not really what we're addressing. We're just addressing political structure. And I also have kind of a theory that towns in proximity with each other would kind of form sort of alliances with each other, either for like defense or for trade. And you would kind of have like, not just like the city wouldn't end up being the largest political unit. You would have larger political units formed by voluntary interaction, but they would not get to be nearly the size of like the United States. Or, I mean, honestly, I don't think it would even get to be the size of at least some of the bigger states. But I think these would essentially become functionally small countries or small nations, not with a centralized federal government, but just formed by voluntary alliance among independent entities.
That's an interesting thought. Hopefully this helps Isaac. But when I really thought about defense and things like that, I really think that when you're talking about beyond the city level, you'll be more talking about companies doing it. Where covenant communities could contract a specific company, but in a region, it would basically be companies that would have such agreements, not necessarily different towns, because while there would be an aristocracy in each town, it would be kind of silly to have each covenant community talk to contract out to a company, and then have those have the aristocrats make the agreements between all the various companies.
Yeah, that's an interesting, and yeah, it is helpful. It does help me to kind of conceptualize that a bit more. That task kind of really makes most sense for the security companies to undertake themselves.
Yeah, and as far as the free trade areas, I don't really see how you could have something other than a free trade area in Ancapistan. It's just kind of...
Yeah, I was just trying to think of like things that are issues that involve, separate municipalities and such.
One second. I think I can... Let me mix with the settings a little bit. So my echo isn't as loud, and Isaac is about the same level as me. Does this work, Jackson? Also, Isaac, can you say something?
Hello.
Does that work?
I am... Waiting for that 30-second delay.
Yep. Yeah, no, I also kind of realized that this is going to take forever to get through, as we're 12 minutes in, and it's taking us 55 minutes. Okay, I'll increase it by another dB, but if I keep on doing that, it's the echo is going to get really bad again.
And the job of the teachers, sure, is to educate them with whatever the state deems to be a proper education, but it's also to keep them in those seats and in those rooms and in those buildings. If the kid decides to get up and be a free human being and leave that building, the teacher is the first person to tell him to stop, and the first person to call security to force him to stay. That's prison. It's a day prison. It's a minimum security prison, but it's a prison. If I don't send my son to that school, I go to prison, or I can go to prison. If he leaves the school, plays hooky, he will probably get picked up by the police, detained, labeled a truant, and then brought back to the prison.
Services offered by government are not based on voluntary contract. The state expropriates its subjects' wealth by compulsory taxation.
So why are they taxing us at all? That's a good question. I think it goes back to the idea of taxes as a tool of compliance and terror.
A budget is you planning ahead, and taxes is a method of procuring funds. So a budget means I sat down, I thought out my enterprise, it accounts for about this much. This is what I need over this period of time to account for operations. When you have a method of procuring your budget by just yanking more, you get to use ignorant excuses like, well, we're not succeeding, so we need more money. That's not a correlation. Maybe these people are incompetent and they're squandering your money for, it doesn't make sense when you start breaking all the things down.
The corporations don't pay taxes. Business entities don't pay taxes. Only people pay taxes.
The guy before Jeff Dice actually made a good point that of how governments talk about things, because when spending cuts are bought in, they don't ever try to cut the things that they absolutely don't need. Meanwhile, if a company is experiencing losses, the first thing that they will cut is the things that they don't really need to function.
Right.
For instance, back in the 70s, there was actually military cuts that were being proposed. And
oh, wow.
There was this radio division. Oh, I think it was a division. It might have been a brigade instead of a much smaller thing. But the Army came out and said, oh, if you cut our military budget, we're going to have to get rid of this radio division that's in Germany that is monitoring the radio signals coming from the Soviet Union to try to, in the hopes of telling us that Soviet tanks are on their way.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing that the Army will cut. They won't cut the military marching band.
Yeah. Right.
Even though that's the one thing that, like, if you're a business, looking at it from business, oh, the military marching band is what we need to cut if we're experiencing losses. Like, that's the least important aspect of our business.
Because they are motivated by an actual, real budget. Like, they can't do things like increase taxes, guarantee certain revenue, print money. They can't do those things. They're incompetent. They don't know, or they just choose to cut things that, aren't the least important.
Well, that's the thing is, when they get to argue that their budget doesn't get cut. Meanwhile, a company, if it's experiencing losses, it can't just tell customers buy more.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, of course, like when the National Park Service wanted, they were talking about cutting the National Park Service. It's like, oh, we're gonna have to get rid of Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, that's probably the most, they, instead of trying to figure out what they can do without that wouldn't impact people the most, when they get budget cuts, they try to figure out what's the most harmful way we can cut money.
Yeah.
And so they'll cut what's the big tower outside in Washington D.C. It's outside of
the Space Needle.
No, the Washington Memorial.
Oh, yeah.
So they cut that.
Washington State.
Yeah, so they cut that. They cut that budget. They cut the Yellowstone budget, and they were like, "Hey, we have to close these parks and this Washington Memorial because they cut the budget." And then in 2 weeks, they re-upped the budget to where it was. in order to get rid of the bad press on Congress, because, you know, anyways, it's just this is why cutting budgets is basically never going to happen.
Right.
Anyways.
Because a tax is a burden. It's something that we bear almost in a physical, visceral sense. It's a way to ensure that Americans are docile and that Americans are frightened of their government. Because that's the number one interaction most people have with the federal government is their annual tax form. The amount of tax revenue that government takes in doesn't cover everything it spends. And so to make up the difference, obviously they sell treasury debt. So
actually, that's an interesting point that it's visceral and it's made to make us docile, because the tax cuts actually increased revenue for the government. But the Democrats still say that we should increase taxes to where they were. But if, like, let's just say that they're a simple status and they just want more money for the government. Well, the tax cuts increasing revenue would actually make you say, well, maybe they need to be cut more, you know, in order to get on that Laffer curve.
Yeah.
But them saying, oh no, we need to increase them back to where they were, I think that's I think what Jeff Dice there is actually kind of insightful on what they're actually arguing for.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, I've always long thought that taxation isn't just about gaining money. It is about, you know, scaring people, making them. And now people often aren't like just shaking in their boots every time they're filling out their tax form, but they fear the government enough that they know they should just do their taxes. You know, they should just do that to avoid any potential consequences. Don't want to get thrown in jail, so I better fill out my taxes. Well, that's exactly the point. Is they need you to be scared. They need you to sort of have this weird view, this view that you need them, but that you better not go against them. Almost kind of like an abusive spouse is kind of an interesting connection, because they make you think that you need them, but they are also always frightening. They don't care for you. They're just there to keep you around and keep you in submission to them.
You know, as bizarre as it sounds, if a portion of the federal government's budget can be funded by debt, arguably the whole thing could be. We could have no income taxes, and the $4 trillion that the U.S. Fed Gov spends every year could be financed via treasury debt, and then ultimately monetized by the Fed.
Central banks have significant control over the economies they govern. The Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States, determines interest rates, controls the money supply, picks winners and losers, and enables nearly limitless government spending.
Increase in money supply, keeping the interest rates low. It turns out that is very beneficial for the federal government. The federal government, whenever they spend more than they take in tax revenues, they have to borrow. And just like anybody else who has to borrow, we have to go to the credit markets and we have to borrow at the prevailing interest rate. Well, when the federal government, who has the ability to tax, they already get a lower interest rate than the rest of us. They're able to borrow more when already the servicing on the debt, the interest payments on the debt, are already one of our biggest expenses. With the debt that's, what is it now, $23 trillion. With that kind of debt, anybody else's credit would have run out a long time ago. They are able to keep on doing this because the interest rates are low. So the Fed's role in allowing the government to overspend on all kinds of things, but the biggest one would be military, on these wars, endless wars. They're able to keep doing that because They're just able to borrow at lower rates.
Absolute monarchs, when they got into wars, sometimes they'd run out of money. The treasury would run dry, so armies could not be paid, and they would stop battling in the field and go back. Wars are extremely expensive. Had Americans been forced to pay by taxation for the Vietnam War, it would have stopped a lot sooner than it did. America could simply print money and buy the things it needed to fight the war without having to raise taxes. So it's because it spares people from having to pay a visible price for the war that the war can go on.
State military conflicts destroy human lives, pollute the environment, impoverish millions of people, and waste scarce resources in pursuit of state political goals.
Regardless of whether they admit it or not, through all sources, about $1 trillion goes to the so-called defense budget. Now, that not only includes the $600 or $700 billion to DoD, but also State Department, a lot of U.S. aid, a lot of other things in the federal budget are really defense spending, masquerading as something else. While government's too big and we need to cut spending, if they're not talking about defense, if they're not talking about entitlements, they're not being serious. There's no amount of cutting we could do in any other part of the government that would make a meaningful difference.
As Randolph Bourne famous.
I actually disagree with Jeff Dice there.
Really?
Yeah, we have a $4.5 trillion budget, and only $1 trillion of that is in defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like something like 69% of all spending is on welfare.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. And it's something like 28% of spending is on defense.
Right.
And so it's just kind of like yeah, defense, yeah. Let's say we cut the military budget into a quarter of what it is, or let's say 10% of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We will, like, okay, you cut the budget by, what is it, 26%? Well, I mean, yes, that's a big, oh, what is it? It would actually be more like 25, just above 25.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you cut the federal budget by 25%, but, like, there's still that 75% there.
Yeah.
Actually, getting rid of welfare, or just reducing welfare to old people, Social Security,
yeah,
would actually cut the budget by about 33%.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much it would be if you got rid of Medicaid, and kept Medicare, because usually those two are mixed together, and that's another, like, 30%.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, it's kind of ridiculous how much money welfare is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. It's a...
Oh, he said defense and entitlements. Okay.
Oh, okay. So combining those two.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. If you, like, if it's not defense or an entitlement, I believe it's like 2% of the budget.
Jeez.
Or something crazy like that. So it's, yeah, he is correct there. Like, the National Park Service is not the reason why we have a gigantic federal government.
Right, right.
Medicaid could be a bit less than Medicare, although I don't really know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's basically all I had to say about the budget is just that. Because a lot of libertarians really focus on the war issue, and
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's a big issue, but it's like, yeah, if we cut this, like, we're going to completely destroy the federal budget. And it's just like, that's not actually the one thing that would destroy the federal budget. It would be getting rid of entitlements.
Right.
And then, but I also since I took a shot on that, I have to take a shot at libertarians who are like, oh yeah, let's get rid of welfare and triple the defense budget.
Oh jeez.
And I'm just like, how are you even a libertarian if you're that war hawkish?
Yeah, no way. Like I mean, war is absolutely, or aggressive war, which is pretty much the only war we've seen perpetuated by the United States in pretty much all of its existence, is absolutely opposed to libertarianism. And it's always shocking when I see somebody who calls himself a libertarian be for like invasion.
Yeah, well, that's because of people like Milton Friedman.
Oh yeah.
And the Chicago School, because they don't really they only see things as utilitarian or not. They don't see things as ontological.
Yeah, right.
So
let's continue.
War is the
go ahead.
Oh, I said let's continue.
Oh,
the health of the state, right? The state benefits in lots of ways, directly and indirectly, from war. I mean, everybody remembers Orwell's 1984 and the idea that war was so endemic that you didn't even know who the current enemy was. And they kept switching it around, right? So people didn't care. They just knew that they were constantly in a state of warfare, which of course, allows the state to justify a lot of infringements on personal and community liberty that we would normally not tolerate, right? Oh, well, we're in a time of war, so we have to read your emails and we have to spy on what you're doing and make sure that the enemy hasn't infiltrated, our midst. The reason that most people go along with that, albeit, with some grumbling, is because they have been told we're at war. We're at war with terrorists who would want to blow up airplanes and want to hurt you, and etc. So you've got to sacrifice some of your liberty for the security that we, the government, offers.
Well, this is an example of the U.S. government creating problems that it has the appearance then of solving. We created a problem in Libya with our foreign policy of regime change of the Gaddafi regime. When we did unleash hell on the people of Libya, chaos broke out, as could be expected, as could be predicted, as we predicted, and that also then that in turn requires more intervention.
Also, I gotta love, this is where my freedom is.
Yeah. What's my freedom doing over there?
Because you had jihadists moving into Chad and Niger and elsewhere, so you had to create more intervention to solve the problems that your intervention creates. But the U.S. uses jihadists, they use extremists.
Also, my question is, what is the U.S. Coast Guard doing all the way in Somalia?
Yeah. Seriously.
As cat paws, they use it in Syria. They use the most violent Islamist extremists in Syria, places like Syria, to overthrow a completely secular regime, government. And we saw how many hundreds of thousands have died. The global war on terror is ramped up and ramped down on Washington's as Washington needs new enemies or doesn't need new enemies. It's fabricated in the very least. It's something that's created by our foreign policy.
It's the same thing from the Reagan years, the Clinton years, and really some during H.W. Bush, but especially during the Bill Clinton years. And then again during Bush and Obama, America uses these jihadi, Saudi-backed Sunni suicide bomber terrorists for American imperial ends.
Yeah, no, that's a big red pill on the foreign wars. Is like who was the general that was just killed?
What's his name? Soleimani.
Soleimani. He was actually, a month before he was killed, he was training with U.S. troops and trying to train Shia militia, essentially. And then the U.S. turned and is now backing Sunni militias against the Shia militias that they were helping out just months earlier.
Oh, jeez, that's very That's very much like 1984. Like he was talking about, or they talked about like a minute ago, with being at war with one country 1 minute, and then the next it totally changes, and it's like, and the people don't even know. They just go along with it as if nothing happened.
Yeah. And, oh, that's the first time you saw Scott Horton's face? I've seen him a couple times. He looks a lot weaker than I would have expected. Like, when I was hearing his voice in his podcast or his show, I was not expecting a scrawny man.
Yeah, no, same.
And so, anyways, this is also what we did with ISIS. Is we were funding ISIS under Obama and Bush, and then we decided to switch to the Shia. And this is kind of weird because it's not new administrations that change our allegiance, because that would actually kind of make sense if a new president came in and just was like, oh, we're not going to fund those groups anymore, we're going to fund their enemies. Like, that would kind of make sense.
Right.
But it's always in the middle of an administration, they just switch sides on the conflict in the Middle East, and that's actually what caused ISIS, is we supporting them for the longest time to fight against the Shia government in Syria, and then they just decided, oh, well, we're just going to take over Western Iraq, because Western Iraq is Shia.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's actually Eastern, or is it backwards? But one side is Shia, the other side Sunni, and so it's all very, very interesting that the U.S. decided to keep Iraq with the same borders, because it would have made much more sense to try to ally a Shia and a Sunni, separate Shia and Sunni governments there. That, and just be like, okay, you can't fight each other, but you can have your own states.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, they had to go with a pluralistic democracy, and like, oh, if we just give them the U.S. Constitution, everything will work out fine. Southeastern, okay. That actually makes somewhat more sense with it being Iran. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a small portion, but most of the population lives there, yeah. Anyways, I thought that was just interesting. That they, that's what they decided to do with Iraq. Anyways, it also kind of shows how how ideology can kind of really cloud your judgment is in thinking that Shia and Sunni can get along, because what's been happening over in the democracy in Iraq is Shia, this Sunni people have not actually been going into elections, really, like voting in elections, because they know that the Shia are the majority, and they're just going to beat them. And so, like, they don't go with this whole pluralism thing,
Right. They have one group that takes control and dominates the other.
Yep. That's why I think that someone like Assad, who protects all the various religious minorities, is actually the best that you can hope for in that region until the culture or religion or mix of these things is changed. And Robert Cost, I like the beginning of this movie. I think when it gets to anarchism, I'll wait for the criticisms on that, but the parts on anarchism and agorism is what kind of made me decide I should see if people are interested in me live streaming a response.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting. I know Porter wants us to talk about it because he's an agorist, although I object to him calling himself an agorist because he's really more just, I would say he's just more an ANCAP, but he prefers counter economics as a strategy because he doesn't buy into Konkin's class theory.
Yeah, agorism, they're going to present just counter-economics, but it's more than just counter-economics.
Right.
Our government hates their adversaries more than they hate our blood enemies who have slaughtered Americans by the thousands and American soldiers by the thousands in Iraq War II as well. This is how crazy their priorities are compared to what the American people believe they were giving them the writ to do, to protect us from these terrorist groups. And of course, Obama's support for Al-Qaeda in Syria led to the rise of the Islamic State.
Which we just talked about.
In 2013, they conquered all of eastern Syria. In 2014, they rolled into all of western Iraq, all of Iraqi Sunnistan. And the Islamo-fascist caliphate that had been bin Laden's wildest dream from the attic he was hiding in, and had been George Bush's most phony propaganda from the era of his terror war in Iraq, had become true. Bush opened up western Iraq, and then Obama backed them to the hilt in Syria to such a degree they were able to erase the Sykes-Picot border between Syria and Iraq and declare a brand new Islamist caliphate. And
Holocaust, that is funny. I don't think I got to that point where they said they would live in like-minded communities. It was basically after after the agorist section ended is when I just stopped and was like, okay, I'm gonna have to make a response to this because it's it starts out so good and then it just like falls off a cliff in my opinion.
Oh man.
But I wouldn't say it falls off a cliff. It goes up on a decline because the anarchist part is not actually that bad.
Okay.
It's just how they frame it, I think, is bad. For like, if I was to send this to my dad, that's when he'd probably lose interest.
Okay, I see.
Just because of how it is framed, because they kind of start. They don't tell you this, but it kind of goes through the history of anarchist thought, and it starts out with a whole bunch of anarcho-communists.
Oh man.
And so, like, most of that section is dedicated to egalitarians and communists, and it's just like, it didn't have to be like that. Oh, if it did, you could have said, okay, we're going to talk about, we could talk about, okay, we're going to talk about the start of anarchism, but then we're going to eventually get to anarcho-capitalism.
Mm-hmm. And then just kind of frame it with, like, anarcho-capitalism is absolutely opposed to these other ideologies, but these other ideologies, maybe they would say, like, well, they started to question this monopoly on violence and try to think of other ways humans can organize themselves or something like that.
Yeah. In my opinion, I would have skipped straight to Molinari, who was talking about the private production of security back in the 1810s.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Molinari was
ahead
he
of
was
his
the
time.
ANCAP before Rothbard.
He was an ANCAP before Spooner.
Yeah.
So it's just I would have talked about classical liberalism and how libertarianism basically revolutionized it. But I get that I'm not making this and I wouldn't have like the time to make this, so it's
Right.
So, the person who doesn't produce anything can criticize all he wants, but it's the people that actually produce things that are gonna change minds.
Right.
Anyways, let's continue.
they had seized a territory the size of Great Britain, which they held for 3 years before America had then, guess what, of course, had to ally with the Shia in Iraq, the Badr Brigade, the Iraqi Shiite army, and all of those Iranian-backed militias. America flew as their air force. The same guys our government wished they hadn't fought for in Iraq War II, they ended up fighting for them again in Iraq War III. And even now, our special operations forces are embedded with these, well, certainly the Iraqi army, but essentially 1 degree away from these very same Shiite militias. The ones that Donald Rumsfeld had used back in 2005 when he called it the El Salvador option. His death squads to hunt down the Sunnis. We're playing that same game right now. And so America is on both sides of this terror war all over the region. Same kind of thing is going on in Yemen. The war in Yemen is against an Iranian-backed group called the Houthis, who've taken over the capital city, and it has put the USA, with our Saudi and UAE allies, again, directly on the side of al-Qaeda, flying as their air force against their primary enemies, the Houthis. And even the AP and CNN have reported about al-Qaeda embedded with UAE forces driving American MRAP, IED-resistant vehicles, and participating in the slaughter of civilians in that war. Again, with America flying as al-Qaeda's air force against an enemy that has a friendly relationship with Iran. Not that Iran attacked us. At this point, it seems like through the Clinton, Bush, Obama, and now into the Trump governments, to see that this bait and switch continues on should mean to the American people, to any of us, libertarians or anyone else, that this government is not fit to be our security force. Our security is not its priority.
Isaac, have you read The Twilight War?
The what?
The Twilight War.
I have not.
It's about the beginning of the war all the way into the early aughts of our war against Iran.
Oh, okay.
It's not from a libertarian perspective, but it gives you a bunch of facts. And the reason why we keep on switching sides is basically because we want to control the region, but the Shia and the Sunnis will only fight each other. And so we have to fight Iran because they're the big Shia stronghold. But then once we got rid of Iraq, we kind of had to pop up the Sunnis, which is what led to ISIS. And then when ISIS was too big of a thing, they had to squash that as well.
Right.
So it's a very interesting balancing act that they're doing not for our security, is what I'll say.
Right. It's for some deeper purposes, for control, for to expand the empire, as it were.
Yep.
Democide is when a government kills its own people. In the 20th century, it's been estimated 256 million people were killed by their own government. That's 6 times greater than the amount who died in wars.
Government and the military, the U.S. military, and other militaries around the world, but primarily we want to look at communist countries or socialist countries who killed vast numbers of their own populations. I think that's the greatest indictment against socialism and communism, is that the Soviet Union killed millions of its own people, starved them to death with famine. They did the same thing in Red China, where tens and tens of millions of their own citizens were killed off. And so government, particularly when you see where the level of government is highest, and that's in socialism and communism in particular. Cambodia is another example where a high percentage of the Khmer Rouge regime killed off millions of Cambodians. So the biggest problem in the world in terms of modern history has been communist dictators killing off their own citizens.
Numerous arguments have been used in attempts to justify the state's authority. For a time, it was the divine right of kings. More modern justifications argue the state's authority comes from the consent of its people, often referred to as the social contract.
There are basically three versions of social contract. There's the explicit contract theory, the implicit contract theory, and the hypothetical contract theory. But the explicit contract theory might sound like a straw man, but it's not. So it's the theory that some people actually literally got together and said to each other, hey, let's establish a government. Like they literally explicitly agreed with each other, either writing it down or saying it in words. That might sound like a straw man. Nobody thinks that really happened, but actually John Locke thought that happened. So he thought that with all of the cities, there was a time like when a city was first founded, there was a time when the founders got together and explicitly agreed that they were going to set up a government for their city. Okay, and then, so it was explicit for the first generation. Then, according to Locke, it's only implicit for the later generations, okay, because he's not totally stupid. But the explicit contract theory, that's basically not true. So the governments that control, the land existing today, almost all of them got it by conquest or usurpation. This is discussed in David Hume's famous essay of the original contract. So conquest meaning like a bunch of people sail from Europe over to this place that we're in now, and they just kick the shit out of the people who are living there and take the land. And that's how we have control of the land. Okay? Usurpation is where there's a government and then somebody just like takes over the government by force. Like there's a military coup, they set up a new government. The hypothetical contract theory is a theory that, well, people would agree to set up a government. This didn't actually happen because you weren't actually given a choice and there was already a government when you were born. But if somebody asked you and if you were rational, you would have agreed to have a government, right? And then, so that makes it okay to impose a government on you. Okay, now there are some cases where a hypothetical agreement is valid. Namely, it's valid if it's impossible to actually ask the person and you have good reason to believe that they would in fact consent based upon their actual beliefs and values. So there's an accident victim who's been brought into the hospital and they're unconscious, and you need consent to operate on them, but the person's unconscious. The doctors go ahead anyway, and the argument is, well, look, almost certainly this person would consent to be operated on because almost everyone values their life, and etc. But it doesn't work if, first of all, you can ask the person and you just don't want to because you're afraid they're going to say no. Okay, so then you cannot appeal to hypothetical consent. Secondly, it doesn't work if you say, well, they would consent if they had different philosophical beliefs from their actual beliefs. So no, you can't do that, right? So, and that would be required for the hypothetical consent to the government. Because there are actual people, they're called anarchists, who we know would not consent. Okay, but that's not generally legitimate. So if you have a patient who they wouldn't consent to be operated on, because they've said that many times when they were conscious, you can't say, oh, they would consent. Also, if you have the patient and they're perfectly conscious and you just don't want to ask them, that's not legitimate. You can't say, I don't want to ask the patient because I'm afraid he might say no, so I'm just going to argue that he probably would say yes, or we're just going to gas him and then do the operation. You can't do that, right? Okay, that's the situation with the government. Why is the government not they could ask us. They could, the IRS, when they send out your tax return, they could have a question on it that says, do you agree to the federal government of the United States? And then if you say no, then you could get a full refund of your taxes. I wonder why they're not doing that. And it's not because they already know everyone would agree. It's because they know too many people would not agree. And then they would have to give back the money. And they don't want to give it back.
So when
That's actually a really good point, and I don't know. Few would talk about that. And one analogy I've seen made for the contract is it's like a restaurant. Even if you don't agree with it, agree with the prices, things on the menu pay for each other, and so more expensive dishes are actually subsidized by the more common dishes.
Mm-hmm.
So they can actually sell the more expensive dish, and so that's kind of what they say is oh, you don't get to just pay for the roads or just pay for things you should think are privatized.
Yeah.
And it's kind of different because if you go into an argument and say, hey, I don't want to pay anything for what you're going to give me, but I'd like a ham sandwich. They can't give you a ham sandwich and then demand payment.
Right. Exactly. They can't, or if you walk into a restaurant, they can't just say, oh, well, here's the services or the food that we decided you want, prepared the way that we decided you want, and here's the price we're going to charge you for it, and sorry, no questions. Like
you can't say no and just, you know.
Yeah, you can't say no or opt out. Like, and I mean, government, the state is even worse because you could voluntarily choose not to use any of their services. It'd be tough because they've monopolized a lot of essential services, but you could choose not to use any of them, and they would still tax you for them.
Yep. Jackson heard a story about a guy who tried to sue a hospital for saving his life without consent. That would be an interesting lawsuit because what that guy was saying about implied consent, actually, like, it is true that doctors do generally just think that you would want your life to be saved. And that's just part of common law, really. It's not even status law.
Right.
And so, I don't think that lawsuit would really get anywhere. Unless somehow the doctor, well, if this was common law, unless the doctor somehow knew that you wanted to kill yourself.
Yeah. Right.
But, anyways, let's continue.
A young person reaches an age of consciousness where they might be able to reasonably think about and read about the nature of government for themselves. Their friendly local city councilman or congressman or governor or whomever doesn't come over and say, well, hello, young citizen X, pleased to meet you. I'd like to offer you my governmental services, which will include road and police and fire and courts and colleges and all kinds of wonderful things. And in exchange, here's some contract terms. If you sign this, you agree, let's say at the state level, to pay an 8% annual income tax, and there'll be some sales and property taxes along with it. But it's all going to work out swimmingly for you, and you're really going to like this. And so this young person takes a look at it and says, well, that's interesting. I appreciate this, and you haven't stuck a gun in my face, at least yet. But I'd like to shop around a bit. Well, hold on a minute. It turns out there is no shopping around. It turns out that this contract being offered to you is kind of one-sided. We have a monopoly provider for these services. And it turns out that the price you're going to pay for these services can be changed almost at will by the service provider himself and his cronies in the legislature. So all this would be a very odd form of contract for most people. And then if it turns out that even when you couldn't shop around, you couldn't even say no. In other words, if this young person said, I'm going to go live out in the woods by myself, and I'm not going to use your roads, and I'm not going to use your schools, I'm not going to use your fire and police, and I'm not going to pay. That sounds fair, right? I'm not using your services, what you're trying to impose upon me. Well, it turns out that even then, no, you still have to pay your 8% tribute as a citizen of State X. So this is a very odd form of contract if we look at it that way.
Some argue that democracy is what makes state authority justified.
People who appeal to democracy, usually they appear to have a simplistic view that like all of the laws that are passed are authorized by the people. So that, to begin with, is really questionable. It's very possible to have laws that are not accepted by the majority of people.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many laws that if you ask someone, no one would really agree with.
Right, they just get passed.
Yeah, and there's even regulations like that that have been talked about in terms of this lockdown that farmers can't sell directly to market. Like even if their farm is well regulated, follows all the rules, they can't just sell it to the market. They have to sell it to a processor.
Oh wow.
And so, if you talk to someone about this, oh yeah, that makes sense, and then you show them Thomas Massey's Smart Bill, they're like, oh yeah, I'd agree with that, allowing farmers to sell locally and things like that, on a more regular and large scale.
Right.
That makes sense, and it's just almost everyone I know agrees that that would be a sane thing to do, and then but it's been sitting in committee for 2 years.
Oh man, that's
So,
ridiculous.
That's a very very poignant opinion.
So obvious cases would be like in 2008 to 9, the bailout of the big banks was very unpopular among both Democrats and Republicans, but just the voters, not the politicians. It was popular among the politicians, and they passed it anyway. And that's just an illustration of the fact that, however you want to account for why this happens, laws do get passed that most people don't support. Okay. Second thing to say is, who cares if most people support it, right? So, the question is, if a larger number of people want to do something that would otherwise be morally wrong, does it become morally permissible because there's a larger number of people who support it than are against it? So generally not, right? Like there's no other case in which you would say that. So, there's 5 people in the room, 4 of them want to beat up the 5th person. They decide to take a vote on whether beating up the 5th person is okay. Only 1 person opposes it. No, I'm against beating you, okay? And then, so now the 4 people can beat up the 5 because there were more of them. It's a majority rule. Okay, so nobody thinks that makes it okay to beat up the person. Nobody thinks that suspends the person's rights. And you can just go through any other circumstance that doesn't involve the government. You wouldn't say an action that was initially wrong becomes okay if a majority of people support it.
So as the great Tom Woods always says, it's my favorite analogy ever. He said, well, imagine Walmart ran all the schools, and you had to send your kids to an institution run by Walmart. And every morning they had to pledge allegiance to Walmart, and you had pictures of all the Walmart CEOs all around the room, and they would tell you all these fantastic, tales of, well, the first Walmart CEO never told a lie, and, like all this, just the outright lies and propaganda. And then you had a society that was, really favored Walmart. And you're like, why do you think they like Walmart so much? Well, it's because they're being propagandized from the time they're children. And, propaganda works.
What the states keep out of history textbooks are the things that call into question the existence of the states themselves, that call into question the existence of our form of governance, that call into question the existence of a nation state to begin with, that call into question the existence of borders, governments, police, prisons. Anything that calls into question the existence of the system those schools belong to.
State overreach is a perpetual threat to individual.
One thing I would have liked them to put into that section is a Ludwig von Mises quote that says, if states are legitimate because of the consent of the governed, then a plebiscite saying that we don't want to be part of your state anymore has to be respected, because that's an obvious statement that consent of the governed is no longer achieved.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. And I've heard some people even say that as far as Mises, this is kind of maybe tangentially related, but basically that even though Mises would say he was or people would identify Mises as some sort of minarchist, that essentially if he actually took his views to their logical conclusion, he would be an ANCAP, because he supported that sort of right to secession at the lower levels, or at pretty much even that, like I said, the plebiscite. If they said we don't really consent to this bigger government anymore, that they should have that right to secede. Right.
And he does, and this is actually coming from Human Action, and he does say in Human Action that if it was practical, he would allow, this would apply all the way down to the House.
Mm-hmm.
But he just didn't think that anarcho-capitalism was practical. That was his big thing. And that's why he didn't support it, because it was just like, you don't,
Yeah.
The entire thing of being an economist and a praxeologist is being practical, and if it's not practical, why even bother supporting that?
Yeah.
Which I think Rothbard really showed that it is practical.
Mm-hmm.
And then Hoppe really came in with the cultural aspect because many right-wingers basically would not become anarcho-capitalists if they thought you were just going to destroy culture.
Right. And like I would say that yeah, they're totally justified in that fear.
Yep.
Liberty. The state insists on scrutinizing the lives of its subjects, but resists reform, transparency, and accountability.
The individual actors in government are not bearing the costs, the net costs of their actions. That if you want people if you want individual rationality to lead to group rationality, you need some mechanism such that when I take an action, I bear most of the net costs. I get the benefits and pay the costs. And on the market, that's mostly true, though not perfectly true. Ordinary private market. But in the political market, it's almost never true. That if I vote for the bad candidate and he gets elected, the costs of that are distributed around at least my country and maybe the world. If I'm a judge and I make a decision that sets a bad precedent, I'll never know that it was a bad precedent. I'm imagining a precedent which changes the legal system just a little bit, and a very small change in the legal system might produce costs of, say, $100 million a year. Huge amount of damage for one person to make.
Commerce Clause, for example, which gives Congress only the power to regulate interstate commerce, and which to Madison regulate meant to keep regular. Marshall and his colleagues in subsequent courts have interpreted to allow Congress to do nearly anything it wants. The color of your shirt.
So good, Marshall. Whee!
The thickness of the soles on your shoes, the pigment on the paint, the brightness of the lights, the curvature of the lens, all these things are absurdly regulated by the feds.
So I think there's really two reasons why businesses feel the need to lobby and interact with the state. So one, they want to get privileges over their competitors, and they want to try and get some sort of subsidies, tariffs, restrictions, monopolistic grants of privileges that can give them an edge over their competitors, so they act as political entrepreneurs. The other tendency is that their competitors are also doing the exact same thing, as well as other interest groups, so various ideologues, reformers, socialists, unions, etc., and they feel the need to basically block hostile regulation that's coming in threatening. So in other words, they have to play both the offense and the defense. So they're in the political arena to secure benefits and shape regulation to their advantage.
I remember one time that a cop said to a friend of mine, he caught a friend of mine, we were 14, and he said he smelled weed. And we actually weren't smoking weed. And he could have easily caught us like an hour later and we probably would have been. But we weren't smoking weed, and my friend was really scared, and he got in his face and put a flashlight right in his face, and he said, "Are you scared? I want to watch you piss your pants in front of me," to a 14-year-old child.
If a police officer stops you, you don't have, even if you know that you're innocent, you don't have the freedom to tell them, "No, I don't want to deal with you." No, they have a monopoly on force. They can initiate force, initiate violence up to and including killing you if you do not abide by what they have to say.
A pretty close state to absolute power in the dynamic of a cop, particularly a cop with a teenager, but in general a cop. I mean, like even things will be like, well, I didn't consent to that search. Well, what happens if a cop says in court you did? It's your word against the cops. Who are they going to side with? They side with the cop every time. So there's two dynamics. There's one that power corrupts, and so you give people this power. None of us do well.
International law is a legal system that is created without an overarching sovereign. In a sense,
I have a question, Isaac. Have you heard this argument from Stefan Kinsella?
This argument? What do you mean?
The international law argument. Like, have you heard Stefan Kinsella talk about this?
I have not before.
Interesting. This is a really good point that Stefan Kinsella does, and well, I don't always agree with him on international law. This is a good point.
It mimics anarchist law.
It's a bunch of different states, and they interact with each other in an environment where there isn't a higher power that hands down what the rules are of the game and how everyone shall behave. The international system is self-governed in the sense that all the states work together, at least ostensibly, as equals.
So international law, I believe, can serve as a model for how we could imagine the possibility of a stateless order, because we do have 200 citizens of the world which don't have an overarching super sovereign. So it's possible to have peace among actors that are decentralized and that are sovereign with respect to themselves and don't have an overlord that forces them to comply with some kind of set of rules. So the Hobbesian idea that you can have order among individuals without a government to tell them what to do is sort of disproved by the existence of the international order and international law.
The question is, how would we apply that then down to a lower and lower level? And the key issue would be just to keep adding more and more choice among people actually living in these places in terms of different legal systems that they can choose from, different societies, and so on.
Anarchism can be difficult.
So, the only thing I tend to disagree with Stephen Kinsella is that I think when it's usually Walter Block actually that makes this argument, but he does this sometimes too, is that not every outcome of international law is based on common law, essentially. Like, it's not just countries just using common law arguments. Sometimes like trials or really just political movements, and just be like, oh, we won this war, or you're gonna give up this guy so that you don't start a war.
Yeah.
So sometimes the trials aren't really as neutral as you would really want. And
right.
So that's the only real difference that I would have.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is actually the segment that kind of started going downhill, and this is about halfway through.
To define. In spite of often being incorrectly used to mean chaos, the word actually comes from the Greek word anarchia, meaning without a ruler. The earliest traces of anarchist thought date back to ancient Greece and China, where many philosophers questioned the legitimacy of the state. Taoist sages like Su and Zhang Zhao developed a non-rule type of philosophy that would eschew any type of political involvement. Ancient Greece also gave rise to some early anarchist thought. In 300 BC, Zeno of Citium founded Stoicism. Heavily influenced by the Cynics, his Republic advocates for removing all state structures. Gerard Winstanley, who was part of the Diggers movement during the English Civil War, would become the foremost prominent proponent of Christian anarchism. He published a pamphlet in which he drew upon the Bible, claiming that the blessings on earth should be common to all, and that none lord over others. He argued for communal ownership. In 1703, Louis Armand, Baron de Lautoin, used the word...
Hey Isaac, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let this play because I don't have much to say.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
Anarchy in his new voyages in North America to describe the peaceful indigenous people as having no state and no prisons. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, especially in his Discourse on Inequality, had a strong impact on anarchism. He argued that due to man's good nature, state was oppressive. In 1793, William Godwin would write one of the first anarchist texts inquiring concerning political justice. Around the end of the 18th century, Godwin was the first to use anarchism as the name of a philosophy which would ultimately be popularized by the end of the 19th century. Max Stirner, who wrote The Ego and Its Own, Stirner advocated for a more radical type of individualism. Stirner argued we are all egoists, doing everything for our own advantage. Stirner did not believe there were rights or transcendent morality, labeling such things as spooks created by the powerful to oppress. Left anarchism has a rich spectrum of ideas, bridging ecology, labor relations, social and sexual inequality. Authors like Murray Bookchin and Noam Chomsky were strongly associated with left anarchism, particularly anarcho-syndicalism. Emma Goldman was a prominent anarchist activist, once known as the most dangerous woman in America. She was born in what is now Lithuania and moved to the U.S. in 1885. She heavily influenced and lectured on anarchist philosophy, women's rights, and social issues of the day. She founded the anarchist journal Mother Earth in 1906.
They used to say Mother Earth, now they say Mother God.
Oh, man. Ugh.
Voltairine de Cleyre was an...
Yeah, Jackson, communal ownership? Like, why is this in this video? Like...
Right. Made
American
by Ann
anarchist.
Katz, like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even really explain that they're doing a history of anarchism. Like, knowing anarchism thought, that's what they're doing, but it's like, if you... This is what I would hope from this video would be, you know, from this documentary, is like, I can give this to a normie, and they can just, like, learn about anarcho-capitalism from a really good, perspective, and then it just, like, 42 minutes in, you know, oh, let's talk about anarcho-feminism.
Yeah, like, nothing. That's not what I sent this to you for.
Yep.
And contemporary of Emma Goldman, who ultimately advocated for anarchism without adjectives, foregoing descriptions such as individualist, communist, mutualist, or collectivist. She was staunchly against the state and the existence of a standing army. Her contributions to anarchism and her lecture named Sex Slavery helped create...
Sex slavery. I wonder what she is really.
Yeah. Feminist egalitarian.
Yeah, and the thing is that he described her as being against the state and the army, when really he should have said she's against class.
Yeah. Against hierarchies among people.
Yeah, because I mean, if you were just a anarchist like Spooner, you wouldn't talk about sex slavery.
Right, you wouldn't talk about more anthropological state independent concepts. You would talk about, you would just talk about state and political structures. Now, of course, I mean, those things have to do with politics, but that clearly shows that her philosophy was about more than just politics. It was about society at large and has much deeper and, from of course, our perspective, much darker implications.
Yep. And I don't like this anarchist without
adjectives,
because it's really just, oh, I'm going to be a egalitarian anarchist, but I'm just going to call myself an anarchist. You know?
Yeah. It muddies the waters.
Yeah. Did they get to Spooner? I don't think they do.
The foundations of anarcho-feminism. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon published his What is Property in 1840, which would prove...
I have a question. Do you know who Proudhon is?
Yeah, I'm decently familiar with him.
Do you remember him getting butt mad at Bastiat?
I think I've heard of that happening, but I don't know specifically what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I forget the details, but that was something funny. And sadly, they don't get to Bastiat either. They don't get to Spooner. They don't get to Bastiat. They don't get to Molinari, I don't think.
Oh my gosh, what a shame.
They do get to Rothbard though.
Okay. Oh, one would hope.
Yeah, but it sucks that they don't talk about these things, because if you're going chronologically, Proudhon, the next thing you should talk about is Bastiat, who actually argued with Proudhon.
Yeah, because they were contemporaries.
Yeah.
To become a highly...
Oh, sorry, I meant if you were going chronologically, not contemporary.
Oh, yeah.
Influential book on the anarchist thought. Proudhon argued property, as most people understand it, is theft. That being said, he also argued that property that was a result of labor was legitimate, but property of unused land or that profits from rent or interest was illegitimate. Proudhon argued, to be governed is to be watched, inspected, spied on, directed, law-driven, numbered, regulated, enrolled, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, checked, estimated, valued, censured, commanded by creatures who have neither the right nor the wisdom nor the virtue to do so. His philosophy, which has influenced anarchist thought across the spectrum, was called mutualism. There was also Mikhail Bakunin. Bakunin argued that freedom and equality were inseparable. Bakunin said in The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, Scientific Anarchism, we are convinced that freedom without socialism is privilege and injustice, and that socialism without freedom is slavery and brutality. Bakunin
I wonder if you can have socialism without freedom. Well, sorry. A socialism with freedom.
Yeah, that's usually when people talk about that, they mean like sort of like local communes, but even then, those are almost always fail and create strife and scarcity.
Have you talked about the psychological warfare that goes on in communes, though?
No.
Okay. Basically, there will always be a leader, and he needs to keep people there somehow, and so they basically have cancel culture. They have all of these like re-educational type things to bring you back in, and it's really damaging, and it's something that I don't actually see ANCAPs talk about it a lot because it's not really what they're interested in, which I understand. But you know, as my journey to the right was, I went through conservative channels and they actually talked about this.
Oh wow!
Because they're like, oh, we need to be pro-USA so we don't become communists, because look what happens even in communist communes, not even just the Soviet Union.
Oh, okay. So a sort of thorough anti-communism, whereas ANCAPs are just like, if it's voluntary, it's okay.
Yeah.
And so they don't really touch on that. Okay.
Yeah. And that's also kind of why I don't really think that this voluntary thing really holds water. Just because, one, communists will not let us just be voluntarily capitalist.
Right.
And which is why they need to be physically removed. But also, the volunteerist societies aren't volunteers. We can see this with the autonomous region in Seattle right now. They have a warlord now.
Yeah, they do. It's been like 2 days and they already have a warlord in charge.
Yep.
This is why people.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is why people think anarchy is just chaos and warlords taking over, because of these like people who use the word anarchist and do stuff like that, and are just these communists who.
Yep.
I understand now why people are scared of the word anarchy, and it's because of that.
Yep. Jackson missed our conversation about what's it called? About how the psychological terror that happens in communist communes. So
let's continue.
Yep.
His philosophy is called collectivist anarchism. At the end of the 19th century came Peter Kropotkin. Kropotkin wanted to synthesize communism and anarchism, creating anarcho-communism. Kropotkin argued with those who sought to use Darwin's new theory of evolution to justify racial and class inequality. Kropotkin argued that mutual aid, rather than the dominant gene in a species, that the defining feature of evolution was actually mutual aid. Kropotkin also wrote The Conquest of Bread. This book was hugely influential on anarchists in Catalonia.
This book is also why they call it Bread Tube, the socialist part of YouTubers.
Okay.
But yeah,
I figured because I'd heard of that book before.
Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of funny that they call it bread soup when their preferred societies can't make enough bread for everyone.
As well as in the modern-day Rojava. This created a divide in the 19th century between anarchists who were communists and those who were not. Mutualists believed in individual property rights, but with equal access to lands sans taxation. Sans taxation and sans profit. Anarcho-communists, on the other hand, believed the community rather than the individual should be in control of property, removing all market transactions, and would adopt the Marxist principle of from each according to his ability to each according to his need. There were also anarchists in America who were influenced by both Proudhon's mutualism as well as by classical liberalism. Josiah Wharton, who put his theories to the test with a labor for labor store, Cincinnati Times store, in which trade notes were issued backed by the promise of labor. This was the first store to function this way and actually proved quite successful before Wharton decided to close shop in order to pursue colonies based on his understanding of mutualism. Warren's settlement, Modern Times, whose name would later be changed to Brentwood, had no government, no clearly defined laws, and no money, yet absolutely no crime and very little commotion. Another American anarchist, Benjamin Tucker, said of Warren that he was the first man to expound and formulate the doctrine now known as anarchism. Speaking of Benjamin Tucker, he was another anarchist who described himself as an unterrified Jeffersonian. Tucker's focus was on his fear of central planning, fearing that it may have destroyed any hope for either anarchy or central planning. A more controversial claim of Tucker's, echoed only by anarchists hostile to communism, was anarchism is a word without meaning, unless it includes the liberty of the individual to control his product or whatever his product has brought him through the exchange in a free market, that is, private property. Whoever denies private property is of necessity an anarchist. Gustave de Molinari wrote The Protection of Security.
Actually, I guess I got that wrong. They did get into Molinari.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
1849, Murray Rothbard would consider him to be the great innovator in the market provision of security. Then we have Lysander property. Whoever denies private property ain't security. Then we have Rothbard would consider him to be
that nose, though.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, they do. Apparently they do mention Spooner Jackson, but it's just in passing, just like they do Rothbard and
innovator in the
Molinari.
market
That's why I
provision of
forgot.
security. Then we have Lysander Spooner, who is influential to both left-leaning anarchists as well as anarcho-capitalists. Lysander Spooner was an abolitionist and a constitutional lawyer. In 1845, he wrote The Unconstitutionality of Slavery. Spooner used both legal and natural law arguments to prove the Constitution in fact did not support slavery. He acknowledged the Founding Fathers of America probably did not intend to end slavery, but only the meaning of the text and not the individual intentions of its authors were enforceable. He later pamphlets on jury nullification, as well as legal advice for escaped slaves, and gave legal services to fugitives. The debate between communist anarchists and non-communists would become so hotly
Yeah, that's the entire right libertarianism that they even get into.
Oh my gosh, only that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think you can see who really was influential here.
Mm-hmm.
It was more of the left libertarian, left anarchists, not the anarcho-capitalists. Because I wouldn't probably even talk about anarcho-feminism or anarcho-communism or anything like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. That's not really germane to any of our to our interests.
Yeah. So.
Contested that some make the case it may be why some anarchists, anarcho-capitalists, reject socialism altogether, opting to incorporate classic liberal ideals such as homesteading, moving away from socialism and towards an anarchist form of classical liberalism. Anarcho-capitalism is a school of anarchism that advocates individual autonomy and private property.
What happened was that over the last several centuries, starting in the 17th and going up to the 18th and 19th century, we had a march, an upward march, not of course every day, but basically an upward march of freedom, and the death of the old order, which was statism and serfdom and slavery and theocracy, and rising up from this muck was the idea of individual freedom and the institutions of individual freedom. personal freedom, religious freedom, political freedom, economic freedom, free market.
He had a really comprehensive knowledge, not just of economics, but of political theory, philosophy, and many other subjects. And he had a tremendous intellectual curiosity about all things. He was constantly coming up with new ideas, and he was very enthusiastic about the new ideas he found.
First is the non-aggression principle, NAP. Keep your mitts to yourself and don't grab other people with their property without their permission. Now, in boxing, if you and I are in a boxing match and you punch me in the nose, I can't say, oh, assault and battery, because I've agreed to be hit above the belt. The second one would be private property rights. And we need private property rights because suppose you grab this shirt that I'm now wearing. Did you violate the non-aggression principle? Well, it all depends upon who owns this shirt. If I stole it from you yesterday, you're just repossessing your property, and I'm the bad guy. On the other hand, it's my shirt, keep your mitts off, and if you grab it, you're the bad guy. So we have to know who is the owner of my shirt. And the third one is free association. No one should be forced or compelled to associate with anyone against his will. One of the direct effects of the non-aggression principle, the NAP, is no government. That would be the purest libertarian view. Why? Because
Jackson, if we want to make a better version of this, I'd want to use the first, 39 minutes.
Right.
Because, that 39 minutes is a perfect introduction to what you want to talk about, and then, the anarchist is just that's where it starts going downhill. Now, this is also a really good segment, but when we get to the end of it, I'll say what they didn't get into and what I'd like to continue on here.
Right.
government taxes people against their will. And we just got finished saying that the non-aggression principle says that you shouldn't be forced to do anything. You should be able to do anything you damn well please, except keep your mitts off of other people.
Oh, the history of anarchism section. I mean, geez, that would take a bit of reading, because I haven't even read Molinari, other than what has been quoted from him from Hoppe.
Oh, okay.
Because Hoppe quotes him in both the economics and ethics of private property and capitalism, and he also quotes him in the myth of national defense. But I haven't actually read Molinari, and I haven't read Spooner. I do have The Constitution of No Authority as a book, but I have a bunch of books I need to read. I just kind of bought the books because I was like, I want to have these books around in case I ever get to reading them.
Yeah.
And so whenever I really order something, I also get a book.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways.
Well, when they're taxing us, that violates the non-aggression principle, and it violates free association. They're making us associate with them. And where do we get that from? I didn't sign the Constitution.
The idea that rights are simple and clear, and therefore you can eliminate everything by, you can solve all problems by showing you can't do that because it violates rights. And some of those, I guess my favorite counter to that, which comes from Bill Bradford, who was the editor of Liberty Magazine. He's no longer alive, unfortunately, but he was an interesting guy. And he says, all right, this is my memory of his example. You happen to be you fall off your balcony on the 15th floor of an apartment building, unfortunately. But fortunately, there's a flagpole coming off the balcony on the 14th floor, just below you, and you manage to grab hold of that. It doesn't break, and you're going hand over hand back to the 14th floor balcony to get on it and get down. When the owner of that apartment comes onto his balcony and he says, that flagpole is my property, not yours, let go. Do you? Well, if the answer is that you don't, we have to either say that's because you're a bad person, you've just violated his rights, or you have to say it is morally legitimate to violate rights when enough is at stake, which is basically what this comes to. But once you've conceded that it's morally right to violate rights when enough is at stake, now you've abandoned the moral argument against almost everything.
That's an interesting point, but it kind of goes against common law that in lifeboat situations that such private property considerations are somewhat secondary.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if that's kind of an interesting point, because I would guess that David Friedman would say that it has to be absolute. Meanwhile, if you go to more, because that's more of the neo-Friedmanite kind of anarcho-capitalism. Meanwhile, if you go into more the Hoppean route, you're going to look at you are going to look at common law and what common law has to say. And so you're going to say, well, let's say you find, let's say you're a shipping company, and you're on a ship in the middle of an ocean, and you find someone that is bound and gagged inside of on your ship. And upon ungagging them, they tell you that they were kidnapped, and that they were just on your ship because the kidnappers put them there. Now, technically, they are a stowaway, and you can throw them overboard. Like, you know, if you were going to this neo-Friedmanite route of it's your private property, you get to physically remove them from your private property no matter what their cost is to them. But in a common law court, that would be seen as mortal.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
And so this is kind of the difference between natural rights arguments and more ontological arguments that Hoppe makes, really.
Yeah.
Is and that's actually one of the things that they don't get into, is Hoppe's ontological arguments instead of Rothbard's NAP natural rights view. Which is just odd because of some of the people that are here. Like, Jeff Dice was part of this. Why didn't, Walter Block was part of it. Why didn't either one of them say, like, hey, we should have this other view over here, so it's not like we just are talking about the NAP.
Right.
But there was also something that Friedman was getting into in he was talking about how you can just objectively look at rights. And that's actually the Randian view. She thinks that we could have objective courts that would just obey law.
Wow.
And it's kind of interesting that she thinks that when even someone like Thomas Jefferson knew that federal courts would just rubber stamp whatever the federal government is doing.
Yeah.
So I think Rand is somewhat of a utopian, even though she's not even an ANCAP.
Right. Oh, she absolutely was.
Yeah. So thinking that, anyways, because court decisions have to be subjective. And it's just ways of dealing with that is the way that the more Hoppean side would argue is do that through common law instead of through trying to set a foundation of law and just trying to reason everything out from that, which is what Walter Block's evictionism does. It's really, you have to look at common law because that's what essentially the system's going to have to fall back to, the legal system is. So, Which is a really good point, and someone like Bob Murphy actually does talk about that a fair bit whenever he's talking about ethics.
Uh-huh.
And the legal system. It's like, yes, we can sit on our ivory towers and say this should be allowed or that shouldn't be allowed, but it's really going to have to be enforced by the common law.
Yeah.
So, anyways, let's get on.
I know lots of people have different visions of what this looks like. But let's say we're talking about an extremely decentralized covenant community where people just come together and form communities where they sign a contract and I agree to live in this place and follow these rules. And as I argue in some of my essays, this is probably the likely way that most people would live. A lot of people imagine that, oh, well, I'll just go out and do my own thing out in the countryside and no one will bother me. This is, of course, an extremely naive way of looking at things.
Actually, I think this is what Robert Cost was talking about earlier.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he said it was funny that they said most people would live in like-minded communities, but a couple of those people are open state borders.
Yep.
I don't think McMakin is though. That's this guy. I think he's. I don't know if he's a Hoppean, but I mean I think he's pretty solid on that issue.
Yeah, I think if even if McMakin isn't a Hoppean, he's damn close to it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's written articles praising the feudal system before.
And political decentralization.
Yeah.
Or quote-unquote political anarchy.
Right. Yeah, that's actually the article I was referring to.
Yep. So, anyways.
This is that your neighbors would probably just come and try and take your stuff away. So most people would congregate into a group of some kind and then agree to give up certain prerogatives in order to amass their resources and put together a private security force and so on.
I think when it comes to the most widely understood cases of unjustified aggression, there is a pretty broad range of agreement. I mean, yeah, not everybody thinks taxation is theft, but virtually everybody thinks murder can't be justified. Virtually everybody thinks you can't break into somebody's house and take his things. And that's the baseline we operate from. And if
actually, with these looting that's been happening, we've actually learned that quite a few people don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, my opinion is I think a lot of the looters are more like, they don't think that's the general rule. They're just being opportunistic and saying we can make an exception in these circumstances just to take advantage of it. But I think most people understand, at least from a sociological perspective, that in order to have a functioning society, you need to follow those certain rules. And as such, I mean, I would say they kind of realized in those circumstances, well, the social order's breaking down, even if just temporarily, so we don't really need to respect that.
I wasn't really talking about the actual looters. I was talking about people on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's, I think it would be eye-opening if they just, if you, just heard that and just looked at everything that's been happening on Twitter and such.
Yeah, that makes sense, for sure.
Also, yes, they did get Tom. And this is why I was kind of surprised they didn't go into the Hoppean ontological ethics at all. They kind of just left it at the natural right ethics. They don't have to explain, like, argumentation ethics here, but say that there's another view that regards private property as the basis of ethics, basically, instead of rights.
Huh.
Which is basically what argumentation ethics is really getting at.
Uh-huh.
And so the fact they didn't go into that at all is interesting. Also, I like how they have the Tom Woods show mic in the camera.
Yeah.
They
That's
couldn't.
pretty.
They couldn't
pretty
put that above, like, up here. Anyways.
If there are a handful of people who don't accept that, well, that's what we have self-defense for.
I think it's just a numbers game. Like, it's just how many people believe in the moral legitimacy of the ruling class. Because people say, well, how do we end this? How do we end that? And, there are people using cryptos to undermine the extortion racket, which is awesome. There are people who are big on Second Amendment rights and, like, we need guns, so we have the right to, so we have the ability to forcibly defend if they do this, which I'm fine with that too. But to me, it's a numbers game. Like, if there's only a few of us, we're doomed. You can run off and hide in a cabin in the woods or something, and you might get away with that. But I want to see the whole world become free and rational and moral.
Agorism is the school of anarchist thought developed by Samuel Edward Konkin III.
You see, they actually named Konkin.
Yeah.
So it's not just Jared, you, and I reading about Konkin on Twitter. It's literally who created agorism.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah, and it's
well,
it's left libertarian class conflict theory. That's what it is.
Yeah, I will be right back. You can keep talking about this for a minute, and maybe giving a little bit of a primer for anybody watching.
Okay. So, yeah, agorism is mainly a political philosophy that is somewhat anarcho-capitalist, but it has qualifications like mutualism does. And the qualifications is basically you're not allowed to employ people as wage laborers. You're not able to create social organizations like churches or other such things. What else is there? You also aren't able to create organizations for political change. These are all seen as somehow immoral. And it's quite interesting because when Rothbard started attacking Konkin on this, Konkin really didn't support his arguments around immorality. He instead started arguing essentially that it's feasible that you could have a society without these organizations. And then Rothbard kind of came back and said, this is actually one of the things. Rothbard gave him, since it was okay, if it's feasible, how would an agorist society build an airplane? And Konkin's response to this, which is documented on Mises.org, is that how they would build a airplane is by bribing government officials and into giving them parts for the airplane and then having contractors in a site build the airplane, like assemble it. And even getting around the inefficiencies of having all of these contractors assembling a plane, the agorist society assumes that there would still be a state. So agorism can't really claim that they're anarchists because their anarchism relies on the state being there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a sort of praxis that assumes the existence of the state. Because I mean, like, stateless society, agorism. How are you going to, like you said, how are you going to put together an airplane without capitalism, without hierarchical economic structures? And the answer is really, well, you can't, or you can extremely inefficiently with like one self-employed person.
Yeah, well, his idea was that you would have one person that would contract out work to a bunch of other contractors individually.
That's, oh, what a stretch.
And it's like, And their argument is why this doesn't happen now is because the state keeps people from contracting out. But you look at what's the taxi ride service that has been very, very popular? I don't ever use it.
Uber.
Uber. You look at Uber, that actually is a method that can be used for very many things. Other than like taxi drivers where the union is there, but like grocery stores could use that if it was so efficient.
Yeah. Right.
But it's not used because it's inefficient. Having an employer-employee relationship is very efficient for very many things, and it's actually state regulations is why Uber does not have employees, because many it's actually federal law now that you have to have healthcare insurance for full-time employees if you're over so many employees. And so they get to basically give lower payments to contractors if they're Uber driver, for Uber drivers, instead of just having regular employees drive cars.
Huh.
Also, contractors can't unionize, and unions are protected by the state. And that's another regulation that makes it more rewarding for a company to contract out versus have a bunch of employees, is that the employees can at any time unionize, and the threat of unionization can't be used for a reason to close up shop or fire them and hire new employees.
Yeah.
So, anyways, the economic argument is very, very bad. And then you also have, agorists tend to like to go into Hayek's, what's it called?
Road to serfdom?
No, it's his argument against socialism, the knowledge problem.
Oh, okay. And
Hoppe actually talks about this and why it's a bad argument. But it basically comes down to if they kind of follow Hayek's argumentation to its logical conclusion that firms have a knowledge problem and therefore would be destroyed under free market capitalism.
That's ridiculous.
And they try, and I've seen, I think it's mostly agorists that try to bring the economic calculation problem and the knowledge problem together. But the economic calculation problem is about a lack of private property. That's not an issue for a firm. It's an issue for the state.
Yeah, exactly. It's very specific to that.
And so, and mostly to socialism, because let's say you're a feudal lord, you do have a system of private property, as statist as it is. So you don't really have as much of an economic calculation problem, because you're not trying to control the entire economy.
Right, exactly.
And so, anyways, there's an article out there from Hoppe on the intellectual, not intellectual calculation problem, the
knowledge problem.
Knowledge problem. But, so I'll let everyone read that if they actually want to, but let's actually get into agorism and what they say about it. And we'll talk about this guy that argued with me on Twitter today, because he actually talked about agorism.
Konkin advocated for peaceful counter-economics with the intent to starve the state of funding.
Sam and Neil were driving.
Oh no, it's Sal the agorist.
They were at college in New York, and they were driving across country, and they worked out the details of agorism. And
oh, you know what Sal said on Twitter today to Mac? He said that if South Carolina was able to use crypto, they wouldn't have had to pay the tariffs that, you know. And it's just like, okay, so tariffs exist today. They're not as big, but they exist. Why isn't crypto being used to avoid tariffs?
Right.
Like, with how many hundreds of millions of dollars are moved through the ports of America on a daily basis, even a 2% tax, which is usually what the average is.
Yeah.
Even a 2% tax would add up to a lot of money very quickly.
Uh-huh.
And so...
How are you thinking you're going to use crypto to avoid that?
Well, here's the thing. If companies knew they could use crypto to avoid paying taxes on that, they would. Because $100 million, a 2% tax on $100 million is $2 million.
Right.
And that's just one day of work.
Uh-huh.
This is a and I believe that was only for the Port of Los Angeles, not even the Port of Houston, the Port of Miami, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
That amount of money, if companies, that is so much money that companies would figure out a way to avoid taxes if crypto was actually a way to avoid tariff taxes.
Right. Right, for sure. Because there are people who, I mean, it would be ridiculous to assert that people who work at these companies have no idea to what crypto is, or just completely blind to it. Like, they're trying to maximize profits and minimize losses. If they have any chance of minimizing taxes by avoiding them like that, like this already would be a thing.
Yeah. It's so stupid. And the thing is, if Sal thinks that it's possible, why doesn't he go to these trade organizations and be like, hey, I can solve a big tax problem by getting you a loophole?
Right.
Like, he could legitimately say, I want $1 billion for this solution, and he would get it.
Uh-huh. Oh, absolutely.
And yet he doesn't.
Yeah, not at all.
Anyways, it's the stupidity of it, really, that infuriates me.
I know, I feel that.
And Neil put it into his book alongside Knight. If I recall correctly, Sam was supposed to have a book come out, but he couldn't find the publisher. So Neil, who he's friends with Heinlein and a lot of different authors, he was a little bit more established in the writing scene. He put out alongside Knight, and that was really the foundational text of agorism.
The main thing is just pretty much bleeding the state dry, staying out of the state is any way possible, like not paying taxes, cash transactions, and all that, but with the idea of doing it to stay away from government.
The white market.
So drying the state, that kind of the entire argument that you're going to dry up the state kind of relies on the state being a business, which we've already touched on in this 2-hour stream, that basically at the beginning, that the state does not function like a business. If a business suffers losses, like when it needs to cut back, it thinks of the least harmful way to cut costs to alleviate those losses. Meanwhile, the state, whenever it's suffering a budget deficit, it's like a budget cut. It's like, oh, we have to cut the most important thing that we do. So that's really the flaw of trying to use quote-unquote counter-economics, which is just building a garden in your backyard.
Pretty much.
To destroy the state. I mean, yes, having a subsistence farm in your, on your property, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying it's not going to destroy the state.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying that if more people do it, it's going to destroy the state. But the thing is that there was a big black market in the Soviet Union, but that's not really what destroyed it. As you can read in the Nations by Consent, it was really nationalist tendencies of not wanting to be ruled over by Moscow that really destroyed the unity of the Soviet Union.
Right. Right. They didn't starve the Soviet Union. People didn't want to be ruled over by this imperial force. And they're like, no, we want to have self-determination.
Yep. And so, anyways, it's just a big, crazy argument that you basically have to assume that the state is like a normal market operation.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that they really think about is another failure of this is most people can't actually get away from the white market, because the white market is going to be your large industrial firms. It's going to be your large industrial plants and such things.
Right.
And it's most people rely on firms, and you can't really be a black market firm, and that's kind of, I think, why agorists think that that employers are evil, is because you can't have a black market that has employers.
Right.
And the employers that do exist on the black market are obviously evil.
Yeah.
Like a pimp.
No question. Yeah, pimp, drug dealer, arms dealers.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So they all envision. So that's why they envision society just being like the black market, where everything immoral is like a firm, and the only moral market transactions can be between a person that owns a business and a customer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's at least my understanding of why they would think that, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise, unless you start going into wage slavery, which them being left libertarians, that actually might make sense. But I haven't actually heard any of them use wage slavery as an argument.
Right. Yeah, no. I haven't either.
Yeah.
Obviously, the acceptable market, everybody trades in that, taxes, regulations. Then there's the gray markets, which is, it's a legal business, but you're not paying taxes, you're a tax evader or whatever, and you're not claiming everything, or it's not regulated.
Karl Hess was one of the early agorists. He used to be Republican. He worked for Barry Goldwater, and he coined the term, or the phrase, extremism in defense of liberty is no vice. And eventually he became more and more of an anarchist, and he got in with Sam Conkin and all those guys, and he wrote Community Technology, which is a little, I hesitate to call it a book because it's so small, it's really just a booklet, where he describes his whole experience in the Adams Morgan neighborhood in Washington, D.C., where he creates this whole farm in an urban environment. And what's really striking to me is that if you can do that in Washington, D.C., you can do that anywhere.
Nobody is literally building a garden in your backyard as a method of destroying the federal government.
Yeah, the stream that I'm watching from froze.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I paused it, but is it frozen?
On Discord, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, so did you hear about the guy who worked for Barry Goldwater?
Yeah, I heard it, but I couldn't see it. It was just stuck.
Okay. Alright, hopefully this works.
Capable by revolutionary action of overturning great social systems. It has never been done. There hasn't been a revolution by armed force ever in the history of the world. What we have had is changes of management very often, but
This is kind of like this is just a wordplay, really.
Yeah.
There's
I
no
don't
been
really understand what he's going for there.
Basically, what he's trying to say is, there hasn't been an anarchist revolution.
Oh, I see.
Which he's just calling revolution. It doesn't make any sense. Because even as they admit, like, anarchism as a political thought hasn't really existed until the 1800s, and, like, he's talking about Barry Goldwater, like, a guy who worked on that campaign, who, after that, wrote a very influential book on agorism. Like, it's, like, you're saying, oh, in the past 50 years there hasn't been a revolution, and so, therefore, that can't happen.
Yeah.
I'm not even partial to the I'm not even partial to the idea of a violent revolution, because I don't think that's really going to help bring about Ancapistan, for lack of a better word. I think it's really just going to be the right Hegelians versus the left Hegelians, you know.
Oh, total agreement there, yeah.
So, you know, I don't think that explicit forms of secession even are really helpful.
no revolution.
Crypto anarchy. So the idea is essentially that
you trade in Bitcoin, and that therefore brings about anarchy, basically.
Yeah.
But let's let Sal actually speak, who pretends to be a black man on Twitter.
Use of cryptography will help us subvert or undermine the state, and I think that's absolutely huge to where we are in the future. Not just in terms of blockchains, but also, like we said, in terms of Tor as well. So when we combine the two, again, we have things like the Silk Road, where you can buy and sell at will whatever you want to whomever you want, without any form of regulation or censorship by Congress or your governor or your state legislature. Crypto anarchy is that is to me what's going to save us, and I think the crypto anarchists
selling crack online to destroy the state.
Yep. It's you know, there's times where I actually wish I could be a gun dealer, so that way I could help fund political movements I agree with, but
yeah,
I realize that's just going to put me in federal prison, basically, because, like, if I start shipping out AR-15s to Montenegro to help out the Orthodox Christians, like, the federal government's going to use the whatever act it is on me.
And throw you in prison for life.
Yeah, because it's actually kind of funny. They do have a double standard at the State Department on this act. I believe it's like the Logan Act or something, where you can't give aid to foreign militaries or foreign quote-unquote terrorist groups, but then people who give money to the Israeli army don't get prosecuted under it.
Oh, I wonder why that is.
Yep, big question. So,
let's continue.
Movement.
Anarchy is just normal life that happens all around us every day. When we walk down the street, we all have a vested interest in just having a society where we deal with one another peaceably, and we deal with one another in ways that we feel are justified and win-win. I mean, anarchy is just in the air around us. It's not something abstract. It's just human beings doing what they want to do voluntarily, without force, without coercion.
we can distinguish between individualist anarchism, which is based on private property ownership, and other types of anarchism that are more of a communitarian kind that don't recognize private property.
I think that by anarchist societies, and by anarchism in general, compared to its popular use as chaos, disorder, violence, and so on, the anarchism ought to be understood as forms of cooperation and mutuality without hierarchy.
I think the developers would develop towns and cities, and people that lived in towns already and so on. Those would be the public areas, let's say, would then be owned as almost as stockholders. People in the town would be stockholders in those public areas.
But I think you could have any number of organizations where people come together and form a variety of communal organizations, own communal property, have communally owned towns and cities and so on. Those could all certainly meet the definition. I think the key component there is that you would have a lot of choice about where you would live.
In 1860, Paul-Émile Dupuit.
I must have missed where they talk about agorism as being a means to live in a almost necessarily stateless way without, right now.
Yeah. I don't think they mentioned that. I didn't hear anything about it.
Okay. Because that's actually something it might have been earlier when I wasn't really thinking about that, but I do agree that agorism can, like counter economics, building a garden in your backyard and so on and so forth, can limit your interactions with regulation and taxes and things like that.
Yeah.
However, I don't really think it's a method to destroy the state.
Right.
And I think that
it's more like a strategy to be able to sustain yourself and maybe some people in your community apart from the state.
Right. And however, destroying the specialization and division of labor does impoverish yourself. So you are, like, by building a self-sustaining farm, you are going to have to be at a lower living standard than you otherwise would be.
Yeah.
The question there is the regulation and taxes such that this destruction of the division of labor and specialization of labor enough to offset those enough to basically pay for the taxes and regulations.
Right.
And I don't think it is at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, counter economics will never work on a large scale, and the reason why it won't work on a large scale is most people. Well, we wouldn't be able to have the population we would have if we destroyed the division of labor and the specialization of labor. And thus, most people need to work in the white market, or what as they call the gray market, even if these firms are skipping on regulations and skipping on taxes. They need to be able to work in firms, and, like, people rag on factory farming so much, but industrial farming is what keeps us alive.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of a interesting thing. I think this is actually where I left off, because I remember seeing Panarchy and just being like, you know what, screw it, I'm not going to watch this until I am doing a response.
Oh, okay, so this is a new territory for you.
Yep. Because
well, let's go.
This is... Yeah. You see, I don't even believe in the starving the state theory, just because the state doesn't work on a form level. Like, I think that's the main flaw in the argument. Is that starving the state doesn't really work, because like, if starving the state worked, then having a budget deficit would be the death nail to a state, but it obviously isn't, because there's a handful of years, like you can count them on one hand, where we had a budget surplus. It was under Clinton and under Eisenhower, and then then the rest of the U.S. Federal history is marked by budget deficits.
Mm-hmm.
So it's literally not able to. I don't think it's able to starve the state.
Yeah.
Coined the term panarchy, which is a system that recognizes the individual's right to choose any form of government without being forced to move from their current locale.
Now we get to talk about panarchy, which is going to be fun. I want to hear more from you on this, Isaac. I don't.
Oh yeah. I'm already cringing hearing that people have a right to be or have the form of government they want without moving. That's already like, jeez.
Yep.
Panarchy to me is one of the next stages of human social evolution.
The social singularity. How can you be social and singular?
Instead of pure anarchy, okay, which sometimes you might think of anarchy, or some people might think of anarchy as just being utopian, being fanciful. Panarchy is a way of describing arrangements where we don't make any sort of judgments about the kinds of civil association that people want to enter into, but they do that rather freely. And what's interesting about panarchy is it's different from polycentrism, which is another fancy P word that just means we're breaking up power into smaller jurisdictions and allowing for people to vote with their feet. If they don't like this jurisdiction, they can go to the other one. Polycentrism is this idea, and it's really important. You can join your Republican or Democrat or Socialist or what have you association and in your home. So instead of joining a party that fights over who gets to control 350 million people, say, a panarchic state of affairs would just be, if you believe in joining a kibbutz, or you believe in the Singaporean healthcare system, or if you believe in some other set of governance arrangements, be they hierarchical or decentralized, you can join those and you can exit them if they're not working out for you. You get a market and governance that is divorced from territory.
I think that's kind of ridiculous. I think there's an extent to which there's going to be some of that in a stateless society, where you're going to have, like, some, for example, a healthcare system. If you want to pitch into like a socialist healthcare system, like, yeah, obviously you don't have to move from your house for that, but there's a sense in which political units, and I say political in a sense which can include statelessness, like covenant communities, governance does have a link to territory and to land and location.
Yep.
I just can't see that making sense. Like,
yeah.
It's almost like he's saying, like, you could live in a covenant community and then you could leave that covenant community without even moving. Like, what?
Well, actually, I would agree that you can leave a covenant community by seceding from it.
Yeah, sure.
But the thing is that he was talking about republicanism, single payer healthcare system, and things like that.
Right.
Now, all I have to say is not in my covenant community.
Right.
I think it's pretty ridiculous to think that statists, socialists, and anarcho-capitalists can all coexist. And the funny thing is, I don't know if he is one of these people, but like Sal, I believe, has actually stated that he wants to kill the racists in case of a civil war, so it doesn't become a race war.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that Sal and racists, like, ANCAP racists, could live next door to each other? I mean, the ANCAP racists would actually have standing to use defensive force against him in case anything was to go down. Because Sal has actually stated that he would kill them to keep them from attacking, black people, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's, like people with diametrically opposed views have to be physically separated with geography. Now, I don't believe it needs to be like you're in this town and I'm in this town, as long as everyone's an ANCAP.
Right.
But I do believe that, like, socialists need to be kicked out of the city. Like,
yeah.
Like, you can't have socialists in Kapistan, because otherwise, what's keeping the Chinese Communist government from having 500,000 or 5 million communist Reds as part of their army, but to pose as anarcho-communists, to move in to your panarchist state, buy arms because there's no gun control, and then overthrow it from within?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you need to be able to have borders and keep people that are completely against what your society is about out.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just on a more fundamental level of, like, daily interaction, how are you going to tell the ANCOM that they can't go and take over the factory down the street, right? Why do they need to respect that other person's private property? Because their philosophy is fundamentally about what property is legitimate and what isn't. If you don't have a uniform view of what property is legitimate and isn't society, that society can't function.
Yeah.
People don't even agree on who's whose.
And even going as far as Republicans, how is a statist police force going to interact with a voluntary police force?
Right. Or how are statist police forces going to interact with each other?
Yeah, it's just Fantasyland, basically. And
yeah, pretty much. It's like utopian. Everybody can, everybody just hold hands and get along.
Yeah, and it's a yeah, and actually the communist China, the communist example was one thing that until I met Jared, no ANCAP could explain how they would have borders, because they would all be like, we need to have open borders, and I'm just like, how do you keep like an army from just coming in as immigrants and then arming themselves? Because you could say, oh, we won't let tanks through our borders. Okay, okay, they come in, they buy tanks because there's no gun control.
Right. Yeah, they just hold off on that for a little while.
Yeah. Because, anyways, I don't know, it's just the open borders stuff and the panarchist stuff, like that one example kind of just destroys what they're talking about. Because if you're a panarchist, you'd be like, oh, the Chinese communists, they can obviously live amongst us, which is just retarded.
Absolutely.
So
let's continue.
Yep.
We have to ask ourselves now in this day and age, why is it that rules have to be attached to territory always and in every case? They don't need to be. And in fact, for most things, the rules we live under are an artifact of conquest, or an artifact of, I was born on this patch of soil that long time ago was conquered by somebody who makes the rules on my behalf. It doesn't have to be this way. But the panarchist says, let's try different experiments and let's see who joins what civil associations. And then we can just have mechanisms for settling disagreements between those civil associations.
Whether or not anarchists should
How is the American citizen who is still paying taxes to the American government going to interact with your weed farm?
Yeah. Right. Right. It really comes down to like, that some groups cannot live with each other and need to be physically distant from one another, or at the very least physically separated from another. If you're gonna have a commune, the commune has to have its own geographical region, its own territory to do communist things on, I guess. You have to have some sense of, or like, the reality is that law is attached to territory to at least some extent, or politics, in a sense that includes, statelessness, like covenant communities. But there will be things that can be done without moving, right? Like I can choose to go to Walmart, and I can choose where to get my gas without having to move houses.
Right.
But
you
Sorry,
can't.
go ahead.
But you can't. But the gas station can't be inside Walmart.
Right.
It has to be physically separate.
Right. They're all in different places. And so like with law and with the rules that you choose to abide by in a society, I mean, you can't do the same thing, right? Because like, let's say you have a far right authoritarian who lives next to you, and you're a right libertarian. Like, why would, or the police, let's say he does something against the rules and the police kick his door down at night, right? Like, he's far right. That political organization is far right. And those people typically want to, exert dominance over all of society. So why wouldn't those same police just kick down your door or kick down anybody else's door for breaking the same rule? You have to have them live in a separate place. And you need to have like a security force so that if they want to come and try to, exert dominance over you and take over your community, that you can protect yourself.
Yep.
You can't live together.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything against that. It's just I don't know, it seems like a fantasy land to me.
Right.
should utilize politics.
Also, did you realize that we've been recording for 3 hours?
Jeez. I did not notice that. I knew we were for a long time, but I didn't realize that long.
Yeah, it's because, like, this is actually a decent pace. 3 minutes of dialogue for every minute of show.
Right.
But, yeah, no, it's I did not think it was going to take this long, but I also forgot how long this was.
Right.
I thought this was an hour-long documentary, so I thought we'd be done by now.
Oh, wow.
To try to shrink.
I have nothing but time and energy, so it's like, whatever, but I did not think it was going to be this long.
Right, right.
The state is a hotly debated topic.
Recently, on the federal level, we got a right to try bill, which says that if you are suffering from a terminal disease and there's some experimental drug that you might be able to take, we're going to give you the option to take it. But that began as on the state level, as a series of states began introducing right to try laws. Now, there's no authorization for a right to try law on the national level. They were just doing it. And as it turns out, they paved the way for a liberation that occurred on the national level. And you can go down the 10th Amendment Center You can go down the list of the various initiatives they have, and you'll see how many of them there are on such a wide array of issues that might appeal to both left and right. If I look through...
You know that code that was on the screen? I was reading it as tent huh?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know why, but I was thinking that this was two different words, and I was like, what is this trying to say? Because I could see the 10th Amendment Center. And then I remembered, 10th is what the left called people during Obama's early years.
Oh.
And so, I was like, oh, that's it. I have no idea why I was breaking it up like that. That was just funny to me.
The history of so-called states' rights in the first, let's say, 150 years of American history, what do I find it being used for? Well, I find it being used to defend the freedom of speech, to defend against unconstitutional...
The Freedom of Speech is Sedition Act.
Constitutional searches and seizures, to defend...
Fugitive Slave Act.
Against a military draft during the War of 1812 that was proposed that some people, like Congressman and then Senator Daniel Webster, thought was unconstitutional. But in fact, they were even used to fight against slavery.
Oh, maybe the unconstitutional searches was something else. Would you happen to know, Isaac?
You mean what amended? Amendment?
No. What act was enacted by Congress that would be an unreasonable search? I forget what it is.
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
I have a question. Are you watching this stream?
Yes.
No, I mean like on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Okay. So it says we have 2 viewers, and I'm not watching the stream, so I have no idea who the other person is. Hi, Jeremiah. Let's continue.
And we see that not only in the personal liberty laws, which were used to fight against the fugitive slave laws that existed in the 19th century. We have states, for example, refusing to allow the federal government to use its facilities, to use its jails to hold suspects, or to let any state official take part in running after a fugitive slave or anything like that.
The whole thing is the principle of secession, I think, is very, very good. I sort of lean.
You see how secession is talked about right after nullification, and it's not even a new break in topics?
Yeah.
This is because nullification is a form of secession. Now, it's not planting a flag in the ground and saying, we're going to be a new country now, but it's a form of implicit secession. It's a form of disobedience to rule. And what really happens when you start disobeying federal laws is that you are especially when you're doing so at a state level, is you're implicitly seceding from the federal government.
Right, because you are refusing their rule, at least with regard to a certain regulation or rule.
Yeah. And the thing is that if you start enforcing other rules or just allowing things that are not allowed at the federal level, it is a form of secession. It is a strike at the heart of what it means to be ruled by a sovereign.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so that's why it's called secession. It's implicit secession, but that's why it's called secession. This goes back to my argument with the agorists that we didn't talk about yet. The agorist said, oh, nullification isn't secession. I'm like, no, it's implicit secession. And hopefully one of our friends has actually gotten back to him about what to read about Hoppe about secession, because this is actually important, because secession isn't just like the Confederate States of America seceding from the United States. That's actually the type of secession that Hoppe and most right libertarians don't actually want. They want the type of nullification at the state level and on juries that that's really what they talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So let's continue.
toward the nonviolent approach, but I always support secession. And I think that the founders made a mistake by not having that in the Constitution, because that would have restrained the government. If we could have, as individual states, leave the United States anytime we want, they would have been much more reserved in the abuse of the rights that the states should have and the rights of the individuals within the states.
Secession is an approach you take when you have irreconcilable differences. That's in effect what happens. Right now in the United States, we have well over 300 million people, and we are divided right down the middle in how we look at the world. We have radically different worldviews. And instead of saying, why don't we work on an arrangement where people who think one way can just live according to those ideas and people who think another way can live that way? Instead, we feel like we have to win and triumph over our enemies. Well, there has to be one way to think that dominates the entire country. And at some point you should ask yourself, is that really the most civilized way for us to organize society? Is that the most civilized way for human beings to live with each other? And I'm inclined to think that it would be better if we said, look, we just don't have the same vision for what society ought to be, and instead of every 4 years having a low-intensity civil war with each other to see who's going to ram ideas down the throats of the others, what if we say, well, why don't you live your way and we'll live our way, and we'll see, let the best man win kind of thing.
I think the idea that, if people just keep voting for someone who's better than the last clown that was in there, or we just got to wait for the Republican or Democrat systems to reform themselves and to offer us some new candidates, that clearly isn't working. People have been trying that for a really long time now. And so I think if you're disgusted by the current system and you agree the current system is crazy, the very least you can do is stop legitimizing it by voting every 2 or 4 years, because that's really the fig leaf that they hide behind, is to say, this system is voluntary in a sense because look at these leaders were democratically elected.
So I would just say I do believe most of the victories you're likely to have are going to come at your local level. You have no chance of influencing the U.S. Senate to do anything.
Just so you notice, they went from secession. They went from nullification to secession to back to nullification. These wins at the local level
are nullification.
Yes. Just in case anyone's watching this that is not understanding what I mean by implicit secession, at this point, this is kind of what I'm talking about, is wins at the local and state level that basically nullify federal laws. And eventually, if you read my article, if you keep on doing this and the right and left keeps on doing this, back at each other, this is going to delegitimize the federal government, because people are no longer going to look to the federal government to solve these issues. They're going to look at the state or local governments to solve these issues.
Yeah, exactly. And if we can get that, that's the best hope for liberty, is for people, including leftists, to look to their local governments instead. Because if you have leftists in one place that just are exactly as activist as you see today, but they're only petitioning their local government, they're not going to be able to lord it over the libertarians in the town over.
Yeah. And this is a good point, that what you just said, because I do want most of Illinois to ignore what the politicians from Chicago say.
Mm-hmm.
I do, most of Illinois is not a bad state. It's just that there's such a population dense area in Detroit and Peoria that it dominates state politics. Well, if you got local regions in Illinois that are not part of these areas to just start ignoring state law, you could have you could also have not just the federal government being delegitimized, but state governments being delegitimized.
Oh, true, yeah.
But on your local level, well, you could, you might even know your local state legislator. I mean, he might actually live on your street. There is a possibility that you could get some tax repealed or some onerous regulation repealed.
The next level of libertarianism below that would be minarchism. Ayn Rand, Robert Nozick. And there they support the non-aggression principle, but they allow government, very minimal government, to have armies, courts, and police. Armies not to export democracy, but to just make sure bad guys don't come from abroad and attack us. Police not to make people virtuous, but to just make sure that murderers and rapists don't do their thing and leave victimless criminals alone, like prostitution and drugs.
Everybody's a minarchist. Who's not an anarchist? Joseph Stalin was a minarchist. Bernie Sanders is a minarchist. If you're just going to say, well, I think the state should do X, Y, Z, well, why not X, Y, Z and A, B, C? And while we're at it, E, F, G, and a whole bunch of other things. I mean, either you're guided by first principles or you're not, and you're just in the realm of preferences. And, anarchists get accused of being utopian, but there is nothing more utopian than a minarchist. The idea that a state will stay restrained because it just decides it doesn't want more power. We're going to create a monopoly on the initiation of violence, and they'll probably decide we'll only stay, a certain reasonable size. Well, I mean, how much empirical evidence do you need to disprove the idea that that's even possible? And in fact, there's a pretty strong correlation between relatively small states becoming the biggest states. It's not a coincidence that the United States of America, which started as this experiment in restrained government, with all these brilliant thinkers who wrote all about checks and balances and divisions of power, well, now it's the biggest state that's ever existed in the history of humanity.
The most effective strategy.
Do you have anything to say about that?
Oh, I loved what he just said there. That minarchists, or that pretty... Everybody who's not an anarchist is a minarchist. Nobody says that the government should do anything more than necessary. Not even authoritarians. Authoritarians just say that it's necessary for the government to do a lot of things.
Yeah, and even fascists that don't believe, that want everything as part of the state, think that it's necessary.
Right. Absolutely. It's they just think well, this is just what is minimally necessary, and for socialists what's minimally necessary is coercive socialism. So yeah, he hit that right on the head. Go ahead.
Just talking about the fascists kind of reminded me of that J-Reg thing, and how Nazis would look at Incapistanes like, oh, you created a system of strong borders that is almost entirely white? I love this. Oh.
That's funny.
Yeah, because if you just look at the demographics of ANCAPs, ANCAPs, it's almost entirely white guys.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's continue.
Strategy for bringing about a stateless society is not politics at all. I don't think we're going to send our prayers up in the voting booth and hope that the authorities grant us this kind of supreme freedom.
I actually agree with this, and I think the best way of putting forward local and state wins is not to vote, but instead to personally lobby.
Okay. Yeah. No, I would agree with that. I think voting does have a much more discernible effect at local and to a lesser extent state levels, but I do think that the primary strategy that is going to actually have serious effect is, yes, personal lobbying.
Yeah. And one of the big things that I'm going to do once I start is actually go to a pro-life organization, because the right to life, the March for Life, is the largest march ever, but it only happens in Washington, D.C.
Right.
I would want to organize a march at the state capitol where I am, and I think you should do that as well. is try to
That's
get.
a good idea.
And here we have a March for Life at the state capitol to get an anti-abortion bill.
That's a good idea.
And it's going to be a way to get this nullification of Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
To be a thing. And it's I think this is something that you can really ignite right-wingers on, because they really hate abortion, and states' rights is technically a thing.
Yeah.
The only thing you're going to have to convince them to do is, when the federal courts say no, just continue doing it.
Yeah, just keep doing it.
Because, I mean, the courts have said no to legalization of weed, but the Democratic stuff, Democratic states have just gone with it.
Yeah, right.
So, anyways, that's my opinion. That's how you're gonna get the right wing to actually embrace implicit secession, is going to what they care about the most and say, just do it at the state level. Fuck the feds.
Yeah, right. Exactly. This is how we win.
Yeah, and then once the right and the left are both doing it, I think they're going to have a competition on who can do it the most.
Yeah. I'd like to see that.
Yep. So I might have to leave my blue state as it is.
True. Very sad. Let's continue.
Markets are the most.
Wait, what did it say? Okay, against the state.
Markets are the most common way for people to meet their needs. Many anarchist theories have offered market solutions for services that are often defined as public goods, such as law, defense, security, and education.
The entrepreneur is sort of the fundamental agent who drives forward the market economy, right? Yeah. Look at all the goods and services that we have around us, the chairs we're sitting in, this building in which we're doing this recording, the equipment, the camera, and computers and so forth that we're using. Where did all those things come from? They have to be produced by human beings, right, who exercise forethought and planning and have a deliberate purpose and use their ingenuity and so forth to come up with ways, to convert the inputs that are given by nature, natural resources and land and energy and human labor and so forth. Those have to be converted or transformed into iPhones and buildings and automobiles and food that we can eat and so forth. So the entrepreneurial function is this taking command of resources and making them into stuff that you can try to offer to consumers in the future, not knowing for sure whether you'll be successful or not. If you are successful, if you're good at anticipating future conditions, you can produce a thing that consumers will want and will pay more than what it costs you, right, to make the thing, and you earn a profit. If you're unsuccessful, you earn a loss. It's this constant pursuit of profit and
lot around the metro area or travel up to tourist spots and so on, they're using those roads more. If you turn those into toll roads, they'd have to pay more, and then they would be annoyed by that. Whereas right now, you're charging grandma to pay for that road that she never ever uses because she's like a shut-in.
I don't think particularly. I just I like what he pointed out there. Once again, talking about how who pays for the roads isn't. It's like a socialized cost. I mean, he didn't use that language, but you. Right. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't really have much to say about that.
And so that evens out the cost then for people.
On the I-10, which is a big highway that goes past New Orleans, all the way from Florida to California, the minimum speed is 40 and the maximum speed is 70. Well, maybe it would be better if the speed in this lane was 50 and 65 and 80. Would that reduce that? I don't know. All I know is if different people try different things. Now, on your road, you're going to make it 60, 70, and 80. And on someone else's road, it's going to be 65, 70, and 75. Maximum speed. Well, which of those is better? I don't know.
I think that just as Ben Franklin set up a private firefighting service, there's no reason at all that all the fire departments, which also engage in a form of protection, need to be governed.
Were you going to say something? Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Were you going to say something? You paused it and skipped back a little bit.
Yeah. So, two things happened. I muted and then unmuted. Like I muted and then I double clicked when I tried to unmute, so I just like remuted myself. And secondly, my microphone got unplugged.
Oh, okay.
One thing Walter Block didn't go into is that this quote-unquote anarchy of how society is structured would eventually come into equilibrium as people find the right speed. This is kind of like price formation.
Yes.
Yes, when a product is first introduced, there might be a price anarchy of what that product actually costs.
Mm-hmm.
But it converges in the long run. In the long run, might be as much as as short as a month.
Yeah.
But there would be a best solution, really.
Right, and it's most likely that people are going to simply go along with it. They're not going to, except for maybe some people on the fringe, they're not really going to look for a place where, say, the road speed is like 100 miles per hour, or on the fringes. So they're typically just going to be satisfied with the...
Well, you see who would actually be really interested in figuring out what is the best speed that people will actually obey is insurance companies.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Because insurance companies don't want to pay out that much.
Right.
And so the reason why I say that people actually obey is because when the government in the 80s limited the speed limits to 55 on highways, there was massive amounts of just ignoring of this law.
Yeah.
And so you'd have to the insurance companies would have to figure out what would people actually obey.
Right.
Because it doesn't really do them any good to have rules that no one obeys.
Right.
Because then the insurance company would never pay out claims, and then therefore no one buy insurance from them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So you would need to find some way of limiting deaths, but also making sure people will actually obey it freely, like almost freely, because you can't have a giant police state. Not even the state can do that, and a free market obviously wouldn't have that, because it would just be cost prohibitive. And
right.
I think that on those huge 12-lane highways that are going in between two major cities, that you might not even have a speed limit.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
You might just have enforced move over laws.
Yeah.
Where if, let's say, you're going 80 miles an hour, you have to be in the right lane, but if you're going like 200, you have to be closer to the left.
Right. Yeah, that could very well be a solution.
Because Germany has that, and they don't have issues with the Autobahn. So, anyways, that's just expounding on what Walter Block had to say.
Right.
A private firefighting service. There's no reason at all that all the fire.
Do you know who this is?
Who's talking, or who the picture is of?
The picture is of.
I'm assuming Ben Franklin, because he said that's who was making the fire department.
Okay, Ben Franklin. I forgot what
Which also engage in
founding
form
father
of
it was.
protection. Need to be governed.
Private education solutions include private schools, tutoring, homeschooling, and unschooling.
We have the idea that, well, every child deserves an education. It's impossible to imagine the market providing that level of education. Therefore, it needs to be provided by local, state, national government, etc. Education is a special kind of a good. People will say, well, maybe the market can produce toothpaste in appropriate quantities and quality.
You know, the entire education argument kind of gets deflated when you realize that the state of New York, a couple years ago, shut down a private school that was costing in tuition $28 a month.
$28 a month?
Yeah.
Wow. And they shut it down?
Yeah, because it didn't follow regulations.
Oh my gosh.
Because it was an elementary school. And they were taking high school graduates and just training them for 3 months, and then having them teach classes.
Wow.
And people would, and it was a online school, so they didn't have like brick and mortar costs. That's why it was only $28 a month. But poor families were employing this service because of how cheap it was.
Right.
And
so the government just straight up stopped people from getting an education because it wasn't state approved. Oh, that always pisses me off.
Oh, it wasn't really because the education itself wasn't state approved. It was because the teachers weren't qualified, quote unquote.
Right.
But
well, I mean that falls kind of under the umbrella of what is state approved.
Right. I meant more the curriculum though. The curriculum was.
Right. Oh yeah.
Just basic stuff, but how qualified do you need to be to teach elementary school though?
Yeah, and what's the harm if somebody's just not very good at teaching? I mean, you already have quote unquote qualified teachers who can hardly teach, and you have people who never get teaching certification in their lives that are amazing at teaching. There's no reason whatsoever to restrict who can teach and who can't.
But there's the teachers union. Dun, dun, dun. So
gotta love the public sector unions.
Yep. Anyways, I just thought that was an interesting example. It's like even poor families today can come up with $28 a month.
Right.
And internet access and a laptop.
Uh-huh.
They were doing it. And actually, you can tell because it started becoming popular in New York, you can tell that it was actually better than the state education system.
Yeah, no kidding. If it's getting oh my gosh. Wow.
So, can you imagine that? What is 28 times 12?
Let's see. 20 times 12. 240. Somewhere between $250, $300.
1 second. $336.
Oh, geez, I was wrong.
$336 per student. And we typically cost, what, about $15,000 per student? That just shows you the efficiency of the free market versus the efficiency of government.
Oh, absolutely. It's like right there. Just a total straight up example right in your face.
Yep.
And people still believe that the government should be in charge of education.
Yeah, it's so stupid. And it's only because of egalitarian arguments, but
right.
Even a poor family can come up with $336 in a year. And that's assuming that they're in school for 12 months. Really, they're only in school for what, like 9 months at most?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's $252. So, like, $250 is not a lot. And actually, that's almost the cost of the Ron Paul homeschooling.
Oh, wow.
Per student per year. It actually might be less. But I think to get started, it costs more.
I see.
Anyways.
Continue.
But not education. Education is a different kind of a thing. It's a so-called public good, can't be provided by the market, must be provided by the state, and we have to require that every student get this education. And that's why we have compulsory attendance laws. Okay, look, I'm a professional educator. Do I think education in the abstract is important? You bet I do. But education is not a thing, right? There's not just one homogeneous blob of education where everybody gets one unit of education or no education, right? Education is just like any other good or service on the market, right? We don't actually consume education, something in the abstract, but we read books, we attend classes, and as adults, right, you can hire a consultant to educate you on something. You can watch a documentary film like this one and educate yourself. You can read a book, you can talk to somebody, you can participate in a discussion group, you can go online, right? There are all kinds of ways that we get educated, but the things we consume are specific, discrete, marginal units of a thing that I read or a lecture that I heard or whatever. And are those things bought and sold in markets? Yeah, ask Amazon.com or any, or Hollywood or a college or university, a for-profit college, university, or school. Of course, people buy educational goods and services all the time.
The current government educational system emphasizes a general curriculum where everybody learns the same thing. So you have survey courses in college on Western civilization, right? Everybody learns the same thing, and you're told what to think about it. And also, conveniently, studying the course of Western civilization, which is important, but you're told what to think, and you are not told about the key factors of the rise of Western civilization, which is private property, free markets, and sound money. Those, if you've taken those classes, I took a couple when I was in college, Western Civ 1 and Western Civ 2, and inflation was mentioned once, even though it's the thing that brings down civilizations time after time. And so getting back to that, I think, people would be exposed to great ideas, they would appreciate great ideas, and they would think for themselves.
Private alternatives for criminal justice are gaining popularity due to the inefficiency and unreliability of state courts and police. Private dispute resolution is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and much of the security in society is already produced privately in the form of security firms, neighborhood watch groups, and private gun ownership.
Courts can be private. We see that every day in private adjudication systems, in arbitration systems. Police, we see that every day in the form of security, private security at places like Disneyland. And as far as national defense goes, I think it's largely a myth. I don't think that the rest of the world is particularly looking to come invade America. And even if it was, I think that the notion that security could be provided on the marketplace is something that's absolutely tenable and that we need to look at. Well, I think there would be lawyers even in a free society. I think there would still be conflicts. I think there would still be contracts that would occasionally be breached. I think there would still be disputes between neighbors, disputes amongst in business. I think there's a lot of ways in which lawyers would still be a thing in a private society and might still have a market function in drafting contracts and representing people in what we would hope would be some form of common law courts or private arbitration.
Well, for normal sort of police services, I think the way people would think of it nowadays, just with private agencies fulfilling those services, and notice the big difference here is there would be competition. So right now, if just imagine a grocery store, they hired an agency to crack down on shoplifting. Some kid puts a stake under his, under his coat pocket, and he starts running out the door, and the agency goes and tackles him and breaks his legs or shoots him cold dead. That would be bad for business. That particular agency would go out of business, and so over time you would see police, what we think of as the job of the police, would be handled by competing private firms in a very efficient but also humane manner.
You didn't have prisons, for example.
So all you need to do is make racism profitable, and it'll happen under Uncapistan. Sorry, I had to make a meme again eventually.
Yeah.
Example, in earlier societies, which were much less state-oriented than the ones today. I mean, prisons are a relatively recent development. Britain, I think, was the first to have them in the 18th century.
The idea of private defense services was first suggested by Gustave de Molinari in his 1849 essay, The Production of Security.
When we think about the private provision of military defense, it's important to always use an apples-to-apples comparison. So it's true that a relatively small city, no matter what they did, wouldn't be able to repel Nazi Germany, for example. But by the same token, neither did France. And France used a conventional state military to defend itself, and it lost. So the claim from the anarchist camp is always that for a given group of people, other things equal, they will be able to better defend themselves if their defense is left to voluntary market provision than if the government monopolizes and tries to take over that enterprise. So as far as a city of 25,000 people defending themselves, we don't know exactly what they would do, but the point is any money they spent on missile defense or other types of defense would be better spent, because we can see governments notoriously spend way too much on military procurement. The amount they spend for a given missile or bullets or whatnot is more than the private sector analog would be. So for a given amount of expenditure, a smaller society of truly free people would get more bang for their buck, as it were. Also, the issue is they wouldn't be an offensive threat to anybody. So there would be no reason for a state to want to invade them, except perhaps for the ideological one, that it's awkward that there's this free society that's prospering. But in terms of why is it that governments largely go to war with each other, just like Switzerland, for example, was able to go through both world wars relatively unscathed, and it's partly because everybody knows they're not a threat to us.
That's actually a very, very important point. Liechtenstein went through both world wars without an army and without anyone invading them. And in World War II, that's actually more impressive because Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy were actively expansionist against almost all of their neighbors, except for Switzerland and Liechtenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can make the argument that they had plans to go against Switzerland, but the fact that they didn't even go against an armyless neutral power really shows that what they were really expanding against was their political enemies. It wasn't against random people.
Yeah.
And so having things like NATO just makes you a target. Meanwhile, if you're neutral, it does, no one really wants to attack you.
Right.
The problem with the state provision of military defense, among other issues, is that it limits the brainstorming to just a few people who are in the military hierarchy and maybe some of the political figures involved as well. And whereas a genuine open market relies on the contributions and the insights of the whole community. And so when you have the state running your defense, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. And that was shown, for example, most famously with France and the Maginot Line, during World War II.
Yeah, I know. So how much of the Maginot Line and the defense strategy of the Allies do you know about?
Little to none.
Okay. So, the defense strategy of the Allies was to build a line that went... the Maginot Line was a part of this, but there was also lines in the Netherlands, in Belgium, and in Luxembourg.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they had this is because Germany went through Belgium to get to France in the World War One.
Okay.
The Schlieffen Plan. And so, what they did, though, was so they put trenches along all of these lines, and they did not have secondary lines of defense.
Okay.
Then, the Dutch, the Belgians, and the French had territorial disputes in the colonies. And so they didn't really like each other, even though they were in this defensive pact against Germany. So, in 1938, or was it 1939? No, it was in 1938. Germany got Belgium to throw French troops out of Belgium.
Oh my gosh.
And there was no, like I said, there's no defensive lines available that they built other than the ones in Belgium. And so the Belgians couldn't really defend against the Germans in a frontal assault like in the Schlieffen Plan if it were to happen again.
Oh.
But Hitler got the Belgians to say, oh, we're not going to go to war against France, so, there's no reason for you to have French troops in your borders, and you already don't like them, so why don't you just get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Then Hitler declares war against Poland over trade rights, essentially.
Okay.
And the French declare war against Hitler.
Okay.
And so nothing really happens for 9 months, and then they go through Belgium. Sorry, I should say they conquer Poland, split it down the middle of the Soviet Union. Then nothing happens for 9 months as the German army regroups. Then they just kind of march through Belgium because the Belgians can't hold them back. And by 1940, they're going into France. But in the 2 years that between the Belgians throwing them out, or at least talking about it. Basically, the French didn't respond to the Germans trying to convince the Belgians to get French troops out of there. And so, 2 weeks before the German invasion, the Belgians actually send the French troops out.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it was too late to build any fortifications. So, that just kind of really shows that, how putting all your eggs in one basket is a really bad, idea.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Where that sort of system wouldn't have occurred like that under private provision. Whereas, one company thought, oh, well, let's just really have these strong fortifications, but some other company might say that's not a good idea. Let's try, having these other systems to.
And actually, these guys, like what he's showing, that was actually a plan that was considered by France. So this isn't something that you're just going back in hindsight and be like, oh, we could build fortifications over here.
Yeah.
This is actually something that the French generals thought about, but it would have really stressed tensions against the Belgians, and so they didn't do it.
Yeah.
Because you can imagine building forts along the Belgian border for fighting against Germany doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, from a geopolitical standpoint. But from a military strategy standpoint, having multiple layers of forts actually makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And natural choke points. Like, I could imagine, like, along this river right here,
yeah,
would be a good place to have fortifications.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they basically put them on the border, which kind of led to their downfall.
Right.
Because as soon as the French left, the French was the main source of troops for the Allies before America came in.
Mm-hmm.
The UK was never going to get that involved as the French were because they had the channel to protect them.
Right.
Anyways, we have 25 more minutes. Woot woot.
Repel invaders, and so that's really the benefit of having competition when it comes to military defense. Is that's the last place in the world you want to have one agency with one plan, and if the plan doesn't work, then your country gets taken over.
Entrepreneurial innovation has done more to diminish state power than most political action.
Number one, 3D printers, right? CNC millers, ghost gunners. These are great options for people who want to be able to defend themselves, but not have to register with the state or go onto a government list. That's one of my favorites. Also, cryptocurrency miners, right? Just if you're mining for Bitcoin, you're engaging in counter economics because you're helping people avoid the banking cartel. Also, Tor. Look at what Tor has done for people in providing.
Unironically, that gold Bitcoin is going to have way more of a stable and therefore a real value than
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's going to last basically.
Mm-hmm.
Encryption to protect them from the CIA and the NSA. So if you look at the market, the underground market in alongside night, that is the Silk Road. That is what gave Ross the inspiration to create the first truly free and uncensored market. That's also why the state gave him double life plus 40.
Anarchism is being spread into mainstream culture in music, comic books, animations, stand-up comedy, film, and video games.
There's this really interesting thing that happened also, like with Hollywood. I noticed, John Hughes, very famous director, did a bunch of famous movies in the 1980s when I was coming of age. What was it, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, movies like that. They were really popular with sort of Gen Xers like me. And those movies, I think, invariably poked fun at principals and teachers in schools as sort of these lame authoritarian figures, right? Who the heroes of the movie would sort of, the whole movie would be about them sort of escaping. Like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right? It's a classic example of that, right?
Comic book creator Jack Lloyd discovered that crowdfunding and on-demand publishing was a recipe for successfully delivering entertainment and a principled message to audiences.
When I was finishing up law school, I was kind of just killing some time thinking about what I'd like to do as relates to my passions, which involved, of course, the comic book world and also, promoting liberty. I started to write it and put it together and format it and then think about what I could do for a pitch. And then I worked with an artist to create the initial sketches, and I put that together for a presentation on Indiegogo. And from there, Voluntarist kind of took off.
I'm also working with a lot of multimedia organizations to produce a lot of good libertarian content, and I'm quite interested in producing a video game. This has been a fascinating thing for me lately.
Do you have anything to say?
No, just this guy looks funny.
Oh, the guy looks funny.
Yeah.
I do kind of like how all these agorists kind of look like the stereotypical hippie.
Yeah, like just the burnout.
Yeah.
Somebody made a meme where they said, Fortnite gets 400,000 people to play it every day or something, and the Libertarian Party gets so few votes. And I was like, it's a great point. Why do we not communicate our philosophy through more modern, enjoyable means? Why can't we sell it through entertainment? Some people would want to do.
That's a decent point, but I don't know. Did you watch The Dark Knight, the animated movie?
I did not.
Okay. That actually has a somewhat libertarian leaning, but it's a rightist worldview.
Okay.
That series. And it's not obvious propaganda. It's a good Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
But Frank Miller is, he put his worldview comes out, but it's not just a propaganda film.
Yeah.
And I really liked it, because it agreed with my worldview. But, it's going to be, as with anything, it's going to be very, very important to keep, I won't say a balanced approach, but keep it from just being pure propaganda.
Right.
Because, even though people are indoctrinated into equality bullshit, it's even propaganda for this equality stuff, straight up propaganda, fails.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the only thing I have to say about that, is it has to be really balanced if you're going to want to get a large audience.
Yeah. Yep. You can't make the whole message just entirely in line with the libertarian worldview. I mean, not to say that you have to have things against it. That my main point is you can't just pander to libertarians. You have to make it realistic. You have to make it enjoyable.
Yeah.
You have to actually make it a good quality work of art.
Yeah.
And the message is something else.
And one of the things I really like about The Dark Knight is that Batman actually takes a gang of criminals and he turns them into a private security force.
Oh, wow.
And he uses this private security force to restore order during a riot.
Mm-hmm.
Which I kind of wish there would have been a Batman-like figure rounding up people to walk in a fire brigade and getting former gang members to enforce laws.
Yeah.
You know, in the past week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
It would have that would it would have really, and it really does show that yes, authority figures can whip people into action, which is one thing, but also people can voluntarily decide to do this.
Right. Which is a good message to put forth in a piece of media that's going to be going out to like a large audience.
Yeah. It wasn't a huge production, it wasn't a huge expensive production, but it was also kind of interesting that Superman was part of the government in that movie, and he came to stop Batman.
Oh wow!
Because he was proving it so effective, and basically, they don't really point this out in the movie, but he was causing quote unquote too much of a ruckus. Because what the government did was it outlawed superheroes unless they decided to work for the government.
Oh, wow.
Which is what they would do, because you would be a vigilante if you were a superhero.
Right.
And it just kind of shows that, yeah, all the vigilantes are technically, outlaws, and, it kind of shows the, private security as being better, as something that's actually worthwhile.
Exactly. Yeah.
But anyways, let's get into the rest of this.
Not everybody's down for a dry philosophical discussion. Not everybody's down to argue economics like we are, but everybody likes video games, dude.
Libertarian ideas are being brought to a wide audience by artists like Thomas Kay. Kay earned acclaim for his animation, George Ought to Help.
You want to help Oliver out, so you give him some money. To your surprise, George doesn't offer Oliver any help. You try to persuade him, but it's no use. Imagining yourself in this situation, do you think it's okay to threaten to use physical force against George to get him to do the right thing? Now imagine a slightly different situation.
You see, this is kind of dry and boring.
Yeah.
If I was trying to teach my child libertarianism, I might use this, but I wouldn't turn this on for entertainment.
Right, absolutely.
This time, a group of your friends take a vote. 6 out of 10 are in favour of threatening George to get him to help Oliver. Does this democratic process make it okay to threaten George?
In 2017, Backwards, a new metal band, released Veracity, filled with anarchist-themed lyrics.
July.
The album spent many weeks on Billboard's metal album chart, peaking at number 20.
From the willfully ignorant, the knowledge you won't get none, but don't get it twisted. I too was dumb and then some. Support a politician, sit back and then twiddle his thumbs, not understanding that you got so close and Trump. They have no desire to say no. That was our first album.
You see, that was actually entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. That Backwards has good music.
Yeah. That's the first thing you need to work on, not the libertarian message.
Right. 100% agreed.
Album Veracity, and it was a hit. I would have never imagined that it would have got big as it did. But now we're going to be a lot more. We all come from different backgrounds, and we want to make sure we express that. So we've already pretty much announced that it will be sort of this double-sided type of deal. We had 18 tracks on the first album. This upcoming album is going to have roughly 20 and stuff like that. So we're going to, between our first two albums, we're going to put out more music than, people that have 3 albums out, 3-4 albums. But this time we're trying to just get a little more,
based.
just mix it up a little bit, and I love it. I love the process, and also obviously with us being able to talk about whatever we talk about because we don't have any strings attached to us, right?
Did you hear of the rapper from Philadelphia that basically released a song every single day for 3 years?
Oh man, no.
That is some production.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so anyways.
It's a lovely thing.
Yeah, Portal, we're almost done. As you can see, we're at 1 hour 26 minutes of 1 hour and 45 minutes. And we're actually, just to catch you up, that we're going into the libertarian, I wouldn't say propaganda, but libertarian businesses in the entertainment industry. His name was Viper. Yes. So the kind of takeaway that we're saying is that you have to make it entertaining first and then work on the libertarian message second. I don't know if you're familiar with Frank Miller's The Dark Knight. But yeah, no, that's you can have libertarian messaging that isn't as blatant in a very, very good story. And you could have the libertarian philosophy kind of dictate the story, but without it like just being balls in your face obvious. Anyways.
There's a lot of closet, definitely in metalcore, even though it seems to be.
Also, Portal, I think you can tell that it's getting late at night and I am becoming less filtered.
A lot, a really leftist-dominated sort of subgenre. There's a lot of closeted libertarians in it because they're like, well, if I come out and say some of that, man, that's basically the end of their career. And this is why I think they're so attracted to us, and why I talk about it all the time about the void that we just simply feel, and just being us. And people come up to us like, man, you make music that I enjoy, but man, you adopt a philosophy that I adopt, and that's what takes it to another level. And again, there's people in these bands.
Right, but not to get it twisted, the music that you enjoy is why he's going to be successful. It's not necessarily the philosophy.
Right. The philosophy is good to have in there to be able to spread the message, but really
you need listeners in order to spread the message.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's yeah. Eric July's a good dude though.
Oh, absolutely.
Bands that are kind of closeted, but again, it's like they don't think that it's worth putting themselves out there like that, just simply because, yeah, you get a target on your back. You get a target on your back because it's against the norm in the industry.
Stand-up comic Dave Smith brought his comedy to podcasting in 2012, eventually hosting his popular podcast, Part of the Problem.
Again, it's because it works because he's funny, not because he's a libertarian.
Yes.
He then made the jump from stage to screen as a regular on cable news shows and in his own comedy special, Libertas, which spent 3 weeks at the #1 spot on iTunes.
They went, why do they hate us? That's how clueless we were. We didn't even know there was a beef. Like, if you had asked us on September 10th, you were like, oh, what do Muslims think about America? You'd be like, that we're awesome? I don't know. Like, what else would they think? And then September 11th happened, and we were like, whoa! Like, why do they hate us? And then people were like, well, you've been bombing the shit out of them for decades. And we were like, what?
I'm obsessed.
You see, he's funny.
Yeah.
Like, he basically delivered a line from Scott Horton, but he made it funny.
Yeah, like, dude, Dave Smith, oh my gosh. What a guy.
Obsessed with libertarianism, and so when I'm doing comedy, it just kind of comes out. And having the perspective of being an anarcho-capitalist, it gives me a different angle than just about any other comedian has on the topic of politics or government or even culture. And there's just a lot of golden material there. There's nothing that's more absurd and hilarious than the idea of the state. And it's something that everybody accepts, and that's like comedy gold.
Anarchists utilize podcasting and memes to spread messages further, bypassing corporate media.
I was trying to figure out a way that I could contribute to the liberty movement. So I just decided to podcast. I had been in music at one point and I understood recording, so I bought some very basic equipment. And
this is even more professional of a setup than I have.
Oh man.
I literally just have a gaming headset.
Nice.
And it's gaming headset's not causing the echo. It's something in my mixing of audio. I can't quite fix right now.
I see.
So yeah, that's why you don't hear an echo on the book club, but you hear an echo now. It's because of how I'm mixing audio, and I'm not quite sure how to fix that. Anyways.
And I laid out about 15 episodes of my basics of voluntarism and libertarianism, and just started.
I never learned about guns, so I cover guns a lot in my channel and the content that I do. Now I love firearms and I love learning about it more, but growing up, it was something that I never had experience in terms of culture or anyone in my family or anyone around me.
Do you know who this is?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
The philosopher?
Yeah. Just wondering. Also, no optic. Sad.
One of the biggest things that we're doing next in this partnership together is...
Although if she's being accurate with hitting those targets downrange while shooting that fast, that's impressive.
Yeah.
We're focusing on dispelling a lot of the myths that are being perpetuated in the...
Yeah, I kind of figured that, because Twitter is like the worst place to get popular. You actually want to get popular on Facebook. Although she is a woman, so Instagram does make sense.
Media against gun owners, specifically.
I was making memes for all different types of groups and pages of my own accord, because I just had some technical skill in Photoshop and like entertaining people. But it really started to take off when I was invited to join the Anarchy Ball team back in 2013.
Memes reach anybody and everybody. You see memes are obviously popular with younger people, but even older people, boomer memes, they're getting into it too. And it's just a seed. They're little seeds that float all over the place, and they just spike right into people's minds. And even if it's something that they disagree with in the meme, because usually memes are pretty extreme with the idea that they're trying to get across, and it bothers people, or people...
I don't know what he's talking about. I take all memes as literally true.
Yeah. Right.
Really resonate with it, but it sticks in their head, and that's what I like a lot. That, and it's funny.
Throughout history, there have always been populations that live outside the reach of states. In Southeast Asia, millions thrive without a state to manage their lives. James C. Scott discussed these anarchist communities extensively in his book, The Art of Not Being Governed.
I'm a Southeast Asianist, and I was interested in the history of the relationships between hill people in Southeast Asia and lowland people. And the states exist in the lowlands. And historically, one thought that the people in the hills were, in a sense, the ancestors of the people who founded states, that they were the backward, less advanced, had not discovered wet rice agriculture and Buddhism and so on. And it turns out that it's a much more complicated and much more interesting story than that. And here we're talking about an area of maybe 100 million people, spread all the way from the northern boundaries of Vietnam in the hills through Thailand, Laos, Burma, all into northeast India. And I contend, and I think the evidence is indisputable at this point, that historically most of the hills were populated by people who were not always there but ran away from states in the valleys.
Yeah, and I don't know how this information really sits with the idea that cities couldn't sustain themselves at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, there would be more rural areas outside of the cities, but if those people are just running way over the hills, like, how are they also going into the cities and also raising the next generation of rural people to run over the hills and go into the city? Like, I don't know how true this is. Like, how, you know, I'm not, although I have to say I'm not educated on the topic, it could be that they're having like 11 kids and only 2 of them stay in the rural side and the rest either go over the hills or into the city, but it's just, it doesn't seem likely to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because of taxes, because of epidemics, because of wars, conscription, and so on. And there they were, if you like, fleeing states, and therefore, and they did, one of the things that they did was to create social structures that prevented states from arising among them. It's not that they didn't have order, it's not that they didn't have chiefs, but they had a whole system of preventing state formations.
In Cherán, Mexico, citizens abolished all political parties and disbanded the police.
It's a very great, very chill environment right now. And if you compare it to an event in the United States or Western Europe, any place in the first world, well, there's little to no security at all. And even that could make you wonder, what if there's a smart, lost soul out there that would think of harming everyone in any way? And
I don't think the Chaz are really interested in anything that's not Marxism.
Yeah. I have my doubts that the autonomous zone is exactly filled with liberty-minded people.
Yeah, no. Unless you count anarcho-communists as liberty-minded, but I don't.
Yeah.
Porto missed a talk on panarchy.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
that is easy. That's not going to happen because of one simple reason. You don't know who has a gun here.
Ya hay un cambio por...
So he's basically saying that it's anywhere in America that is somewhat free. And is not a large event. You know?
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, anyways.
El movimiento que se hizo entre nosotros. Y la verdad pues es algo que nosotros mismos nos sorprendemos y nosotros mismos no nos explicamos.
In 2014, the Mexican Supreme Court ruled their system of government as constitutional, effectively ending a 4-year-long fight against political parties getting back into the community. It was a significant victory that validated their efforts to rebuild. To do so, it must build a thriving economy buoyed by lucrative exports and stable local businesses.
Los retos que enfrentamos es inculcar cosas nuevas a la comunidad, que se desarrolle más lo que es pues se puede decir la mercadotecnia, ¿no? Porque de hecho es un lugar virgen para los negocios.
Mutual aid is a practice that combines individualism with collectivism to meet the needs of working people. People in a locale pool resources to help each other when temporary help is needed.
These are very old structures. Mutual aid societies have been with us since the time of the Masons, the Elks, and all manner of other aid organizations where people came together, looked after each other throughout human history. And in fact, there were at one point 1/3 of the U.S. population at the peak of these arrangements was a member of a mutual aid society. So the fact that these disappeared came about for a couple of reasons. The first was that the welfare state really was ascendant in the 20th century, and these associations were crowded out. People could no longer afford to both pay taxes and be members of these organizations and hope to get benefits out of it. Instead, they became dependent on the centralized welfare state.
How many people were in the mutual aid societies?
I think he said 1/3.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is actually something that I talk about, but I didn't know statistics or anything about mutual aid societies. Like, people would have welfare without the welfare system. It just would be privatized and much more efficient. As we were talking about when we went over education, like, there was a huge disparity on what people pay the state to do versus what the free market can provide to the poorest.
Right, exactly.
In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, one of the primary sources of healthcare and health insurance for the working poor in Britain, Australia, and the United States was the fraternal society. Fraternal societies, or friendly societies in Britain and Australia, were voluntary mutual aid associations. Over 1/4 of all American adults were members of fraternal societies in 1920. Fraternal societies were particularly popular among blacks and immigrants. A fraternal society was a group of working-class people who formed an association and paid monthly fees into the association's fund. Individual members would then be able to draw on the pooled resources in times of need. There were a great many societies to choose from. Their most commonly offered services were life insurance, disability insurance, and lodge practice.
Which is basically what people actually, when they're talking about welfare, that's typically what the biggest arguments that you have for it is disability insurance and life insurance type issues. You know, what happens to the wife if her minor husband dies in a mining accident, you know, that type of thing.
Right.
So, yeah, it's
Lodge practice meant that the lodge would retain a doctor to provide medical care to its members. Members would pay a yearly fee and then call on the doctor's services as needed. If members were unhappy with the doctor, the contract might not be renewed. Most remarkable.
This is basically what Tom Woods suggested that we do with police.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that's totally a system that can work.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Remarkable was the low cost at which these medical services were provided. At the turn of the century, an average worker's daily wage would pay for a year's worth of medical care, much cheaper than on the regular market. Yet, licensed physicians competed vigorously for lodge contracts, perhaps because of the security they offered. This competition kept members' costs low. The response of the medical establishment, both in America and in Britain, was one of outrage. Many saw it as a blow to the dignity of the profession that trained physicians should be eagerly bidding for the chance to serve lower-class tradesmen.
But that's exactly what the market is about.
Exactly. So the market is about people providing services, and everybody needs services, right? Tradesmen, especially lower class people who work more dangerous jobs, need those kinds of services. There needs to be doctors for all kinds of people. My gosh, that's just so. Ugh.
Yeah, but the market economy is about people working for each other. The reason why you have a high-paying job is not because there's some artificial objective value to that job, but it's because that job is valued highly by many people.
Yeah.
Such low fees, many doctors complained, were bankrupting the medical profession. Socially inferior people were setting physicians' fees.
Voluntarism in Action, a philanthropic organization, raised over $250,000 in 2019 for hundreds of people in need. Food Not Bombs is a decentralized nonprofit organization that feeds the homeless. Food Not Bombs continues to expand their local outreach and service. Don't Comply is an open carry organization based in Texas. For 9 years, they've hosted the annual Feed the Need drive, where they issue food and blankets to the homeless. Based in Philadelphia, Black Guns Matter is a grassroots gun organization that teaches nonviolent conflict resolution and firearms safety.
I started Black Guns Matter because we saw a need that there was a serious deficiency in Second Amendment information, firearm safety training and education, and just a general, understanding that we run this, that we the people, especially in urban demographics. So I wanted Black Guns Matter to reflect that, to give people an understanding of that. And then it kept snowballing, and we've gotten larger and larger, and more people are down with us. The leaders, whether they law enforcement, and when I say leader, I mean a woman or man that is doing positive things for and with and in the community. Whether they politicians or whether they clergymen and women or whether they, just guys, OGs, guys that did some time, they got some credibility. They love what we're doing. They know what time it is. They know the racist roots of gun control.
As the state expands, it's easy to forget that everything the state does coercively was once done voluntarily for ourselves and each other.
If you're interested in individual liberty and personal freedom, I would say the most important thing is learning yourself, learning what you want. I think some people don't want freedom. Some people don't want personal liberty. Some people want to be told what to do. Some people want to be regimented. Some people want to be cogs in a machine or work in a cubicle for a boss or be a member of an army. And there's nothing we can do about that. That's just their values, right? So you have to decide what your values are. What do you value in life? Do you value the freedom to move your body wherever you want to move it, however you want to move it? Do you value the freedom to say whatever you want to say, whenever?
No, I don't value the right to free trespass.
Haha. Fact.
However you want to say it.
You don't have to worry about having a huge number. You don't have to get 50 or 60% of the people to agree. You just need about 10% of the people who are energetic and are thought leaders and put the information out.
I think once you convinced enough people that a free society would work, it would be preferable to the current one. Whatever particular mechanism is used to get there is just going to be a whole lot easier, whether it's seasteading or secession.
If you were to tell somebody in 1840 that we were going to abolish slavery across the West in the next 25 years, it would have seemed crazy. People worried who would pick the cotton, just like they worry today who will build the roads. But we can go to a much better place. We can actually be morally consistent. You don't have to live in this world where you pick which criminal you think is going to be slightly better than the other one. We all know they're all criminals. We all know this. People don't like politicians. People know who they are.
Yeah, everybody has these skills and things that they're good at. Just go for it. Like, give it a shot. Definitely in the age of social media, you can be a content creator like it's tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, just do it. Just give it a shot. See what happens. If you fail, you don't do that good. You never know. It may be a hit with a circle of people. Just go for it. Give it a shot. At this part, I'm still young. I'm only 28. But in the same respects, if I'm like, hey man, this is something I feel like I can do, I'm just gonna go do it. And if it doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out. But that can apply to each and every single individual.
Well, there it is.
Yep.
Definitely an interesting film with good and bad mixed in. I think overall it does have a good message, but of course you got some not so great ideas in there every so often, or stuff that was missed or not explained enough.
Yeah, or just stuff like, why are you even talking about this in this video? I don't know what the purpose of this video was, but if it was to explain libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism to a normie, I don't think that it did the best of doing that.
Yeah.
So, do you have anything else to say, Isaac?
Not in particular. I think we did a pretty good job of giving commentary throughout the film.
Yeah, yeah. I actually need to remember what I talked about with Peter saying that you can avoid tariffs with Bitcoin. Because that is a good response, and if it is true, then obviously it would be valuable on the marketplace.
Right.
So, anyways, I think that about does it.
Yeah, I think we've finished. I think we've gotten to the end of our stream here.
One second. Let me make sure that there's nothing after the credits that. Wait a second.
Yeah, Lolbert Ball. No.
So, what is he actually? Oh, special thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, if he was part of making this, that might explain some of the cringe.
True.
The UPS store. That's actually interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of how they built various things. I'm not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, made advertisements essentially.
Right.
Anyways, these are the links to the film. They have a YouTube page called Stateless Productions, and we'll see you again next time. It's been a long 4.5 hour stream, so I'm gonna end the stream now.